Last live today. Girl, she is anxious today. Was this a good idea? You know what? At least I can relate to the... And it's always you, Daniel. One day I'm gonna get your name wrong and feel like an idiot. Anyways, I haven't opened my own Not Gonna Lie link in so long. Like, since like April. So I'm scared, but it's fine. Oh shit. Chat's going too fast and it's trying to make me do other things that I don't want to. Okay. There. Hi everybody. The link is up in the chat. Yeah. So I'm gonna have that open. But I thought maybe we do that. So I'm gonna put on some like lo-fi on my TV or something. What's my favorite color? I like purple and shit. I don't know. I liked your edit and you started crying? Wait, were you the person who posted the video of it? Where you like were like, oh, this is my reaction to you liking my edit? Okay, I don't think people understand the meaning of mental health stream. Say hi to Brooklyn. What is your favorite color? I already said. Okay, here we go. Anyways, trigger warning for anything really. But on that note as well, I'm probably gonna stop in about half an hour. So I'm not gonna do this all night. So if you are not in the mood, come back in about half an hour and I should be a little different vibe. You know what I mean? Or maybe not. We'll see. But I'm putting on some lo-fi. Thank you for the sub. Lo-fi, lo-fi, lo-fi. Please don't give me an ad. That'd be really
restaurant
awkward.
Quality meals and naturally.
Sorry, give me a sec. I'm pretty sure Lo-Fi Girl is uncopyrighted, right? Am I wrong? Thank you. Okay. Anyways, for anyone who's new to the mental health streams, I don't read the chat that much. I usually really stick to Not Gonna Lie. Okay. They said, I don't know how well you can hear that. I don't know. I've been struggling with body image for ages, and it's been overwhelming to the point I want to stop eating. I've been there. I know it can get to a point where, like, you don't want to just naturally. Like, your stomach just stops wanting to intake food. But you have to understand that, first of all, you struggling with your body image is a mental thing. It's not your actual body. And so there is nothing you can actually physically do that will change how you view your body because it's in your brain. It's not a real, like, thing that you have to fix. So that is never gonna be solved if you go the, like, stop eating, dieting, trying to fix it route, because you won't be able to fix it because it's in your head. But also, when you don't eat, you start to eat away at the fat, you start to eat away at your muscle, so you'll lose muscle, you start to eat away at your organs, like your body's trying to get the nutrients it needs and the protein and all the chemicals that it needs to survive, and so it's going to start eating your muscles, like it's going to start burning your muscles, and so I doubt you want that. And so I think that you have to understand. I mean, when I wasn't eating enough, I started losing my hair. Like, I would shower and half my hair would just be gone. Like, if you look at photos from me at the time, my hair was so thin. And that was just because, like, I wasn't giving myself the nutrients. My nails stopped growing. Like, it wasn't good. And so you're not going to end up looking like these models or drawings or TV shows because they aren't real. You know? Like, in real life, your nails start falling out. Your eyelashes, your eyebrows, your hair. You know? Hi, Ginger. Oh, wow, there are so many here. This is a weird one. This says, not gonna lie, I have this ex-best friend, and she's mentally draining, but she started calling me a transphobe. She knows my shit. What do I do? Are you saying that you are a transphobe, and that if you stop being her friend, she's gonna call you out? I mean, I feel like she should call you out already if you are transphobic. Like, or you should learn from it. But if, like, you're transphobic and she wants to warn trans people, hey, this guy is not gonna accept you, like, steer clear, I feel like that's fair and she should. Like, if you don't like a certain group of people, at least be open about it so that they can avoid your ass, you know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't want to hang out with a transphobe, so, like, if you aren't willing to change how you feel, then be okay with losing some people, you know what I mean? Like, if you're not going to accept an entire group of people, then it's not fair to expect that entire group of people to accept you, you know what I mean? And so, like, as much as I don't like your opinions, I can't really stop you, but, like, you shouldn't try to be friends with people who would be uncomfortable with that if you are uncomfortable with trans people, you know what I mean? So, I feel like, I don't know, if you are transphobic, that's your own issue, and that's no one's problem but yours, and you have to, like, take responsibility for that, because that, you can't just make that other people's issue. Like, that's not fair. Oh my god, which way am I writing this? Guys, if you have messages, send them to the link at the top of the chat. I don't know if I have mods present right now, but I'll probably repost the link every so often. It's but right now isn't the place for, like, you notice me. I appreciate it and I love you guys so much, but, like, this, I'm really trying to take the time to make people feel heard in a more public setting, and I don't want that to be made less serious. You know what I mean? I say that and then they spam it again. My sister recently outed me to my dad, and he's super religious and he won't even look at me in the eyes anymore. But he completely accepts my sister for being trans, and I don't understand. That is confusing. I mean, I don't know. That's confusing and stupid, I'm sorry. You deserve acceptance. And I'm sorry that you're not being accepted. I don't know. I'm sorry. I hate how clingy and needy and insecure I am. When my friends go out with me, I'm over the moon with happiness, then when I get home, I convince myself that my friends don't actually like me and hang out with me out of an obligation, and then I cry. I think you honestly need to just have, like, a open conversation with them of, like, hey, now is the time. If you have an issue with me, tell me. But otherwise, I'm gonna keep living with the information you give me, because it is too exhausting to, like, wait or assume that someone's gonna tell you something. You know what I mean? So wait for there to be a problem. Like, yes, do the right thing, be kind, do all that, but if there's no point in worrying about it after it already happened, because if they had an issue and they don't bring it up to you, then you're ignorant to it, and then hopefully if they're your real friends, they'll understand that if they don't bring it up to you, you can't change. You know what I mean? And so just have a conversation with them of like, please be honest with me. I'm gonna assume that what you do is what you mean, and so if it's not what you mean, you have all the means and ability to tell me, and I will understand, and I will hear you, and I will listen to you. But right now, I'm like twisting myself in circles trying to figure out what's going on and overthinking everything, and I just need to know that I can trust that if you have a problem, you'll tell me, you know? Because that's how I am with everyone I know. You know? I haven't been getting out of the house, going out with friends or family, same, or anyone, and each time people are over, I'm in my room for hours, same, and I'm becoming less and less social with the people around me. You're not asking a question that much, but I relate to that, if that is helpful. Yeah. I trust chaos. Chaos, if chaos reposts the link, I give you guys the go-ahead to click on it, but don't click on anyone else's. So chaos has that little purple present and the little purple star next to his name, and it's chaos917, and so only trust links from that person, because we know and love him. The boys in my class always criticize me, like, swear, body shame, and a bunch of stupid stuff. Teachers know, but they don't stop it. They get to me something. I don't know what that word is supposed to be. I think too much. They get to me too much, and I don't know what to do. Oh, thank you for the sub. Honestly, there's never a reason to, like, bully someone like that if it's not personal. Like, if you were being a shitty person and being like, oh, I hate all gay people, like, that would be a different story. But if they're like, oh, you wear ugly glasses or something, like, there's no... You wearing weird glasses hurts absolutely nobody. You know what I mean? And if it helps you see and it makes you feel good, then that is a net positive. And so when people make fun of things that are net positives, like someone kissing their partner to say hi at an airport, or a couple holding hands on the street, like, when people are bothered by that, that is their own weirdness, you know? It is never about you. You know what I mean? And so, if someone's making fun of you for stupid shit and picking on you, that is definitely, like, their shit. You know? It got censored? Okay, then I'll send it again. It's pinned, though. Yeah, jealousy, all that. Or, like, even anger. I don't know. Like, it's like when people, you find out, like, someone's a bad person and all of a sudden everyone's like, oh, they were always ugly. It's just anger. But don't take it to heart, because they're just finding things. No matter what you look like, it doesn't hurt anyone else. So, it's stupid. There was this stupid fucking incel that said something once that I actually feel like is true. Which is funny. It was, if I told you, your blue hair is so stupid, unless you have blue hair, you wouldn't be bothered by it. Like, it wouldn't matter to you at all. because it's not true, and to you it's obviously not true. But if I said, oh, you're ugly, and you got offended by it, it's not fucking true. That's equally untrue as the blue hair part. But you feel insecure, you question things, and I know it's a lot more complicated than that. There's obviously objective and subjective things, like your hair can't be subjectively blue. Like, I can't have an opinion that your hair is blue, but just things like that, of like, oh, you're stupid. Like, life is too short to let that shit get to you, and it's easier said than done, but it's not true. And so treat it like it's saying your wrong hair color, you know? Like, they don't necessarily matter, and their opinion isn't the truth. And what they say about you doesn't need to hurt you. And I say that as someone who's been bullied for so long, and who has told myself that so many times and still struggles to not get hurt. You know what I mean? Oh, I missed you too. But, you know, you keep chugging on. I hate how easy it is for me to relapse in winter. I don't want it to come, but at the same time I do. I don't know what kind of relapse you mean, but seasonal depression is a real thing. It's usually summer. I know in the summer I get very depressed. And winter too. It's usually summer and winter. So that's normal. It doesn't mean it's like ideal. Like, I hope you don't relapse. Obviously, and it's not good, but it has a reason, and you don't need to feel broken. You know what I mean? Like, keep working past it, push forward, learn, grow, but don't hold yourself to, like, your idea of what you should be doing, because seasonal depression is a very real thing, and a lot of people struggle in different seasons to do different things. You know what I mean? I get so depressed in the summer. So depressed. Yeah. You don't understand what happens? I don't remember the science behind it. I know for a lot of people it can just be it's warm and there's not as much to do because most people are out of school, or even just like a vibe. I know summer always has a lot of change for me, and so that affects it. Like, if I'm out of state or away from home, I'm a lot more fragile, and so I easily fall into it. And I'm more independent, and so I can tumble because there's no one to, like, help brace it. You know what I mean? I've gained a lot of weight, and my doctor said I should go on medication where it makes my hunger slow, meaning I lose weight. Should I do that? I won't argue with a doctor. I've never heard of, like, a appetite reduction thing. As long as if you're, like, abnormally hungry and, like, eating more than you medically should be, I don't want to argue with a doctor, but I don't want to promote, like, eating less. You know what I mean? So that's your doctor and your conversation, and if it works, it works. Just don't... You still want to be eating 3 meals a day. You know what I mean? Like, you still want to get your calories... Oh, I have hiccups. You still want to get your calories... Sorry if there's weird noises. I'm, like, fidgeting. I keep relapsing, and it's getting worse more often than I think others are noticing. I talk about SH so much on here because I feel like it's the most common thing people bring up. Like, how do I stop? And like, I don't know what to do. And I think the most important thing is to look at the root of it. It happens because people want to externalize what they feel inside. And so I think for a lot of people, is it lagging for everyone or just you? For a lot of people, when they're going through that and they feel all these things inside, they want to validate it and see it and have it be this physical thing they can look at and feel, you know? And so I think when you consume media that has a lot of that, like, I think, and I'm not saying that you are influenced by other things and that's why you do whatever you do. Even me, when I was 9, I did it. And I had never been exposed to any of that. I was at summer camp, and I was just trying to externalize things, and I was so upset. So, like, I know that it's not necessarily, but I think that the reason it is the most common way to externalize it is because of that. Like, it can be crying, it can be all sorts of things. That you don't need to spam lag if it's just you. But you could use ice. You could eat sour candy. I don't know. Tickle your nose with a feather. Sneeze. I don't know. But if you want to, like, feel something, there are ways to do it that aren't dangerous. Because the reason SH is so dangerous is because whatever you're doing can be really, it can get infected really easily, you know? And so infection is very dangerous. And you don't want to lose an arm. You don't want to lose your like, you don't want to lose a limb because of you trying to externalize, what you're feeling. You could write a diary. Scribble on some paper as hard as you can. Like, don't use your own body as a vessel for that, because there are so many other things around you that aren't going to be a danger to you. I don't like the hair tie thing. I know it works for other people, but I think it still is, like, punishing. Like, I feel like pain is a bad solution, you know? I think there are some people who use it as, like, a punishing thing, and I feel like if you're still doing the rubber band, like, you're still punishing yourself in some ways. And so I think there are other ways to do it. I would rather if you did that than, like, hurt your body. But yeah. I was just very open. Me and my sister, when we both were at our worst with it, told each other about it, and so we could kind of hold each other accountable. I also started wearing, and now I wear only shorts, like, pretty much always, unless I'm outside. I wear shorts constantly because back when I used to hide in pants and long sleeves, and so I started wearing shorts and short sleeves so that my parents and my family would know if something was wrong, because they'd be able to see it, or I'd change my clothing or things like that, you know? And so that was a way I was able to, like, hold myself accountable. And I also just like shorts more, just as a sensory thing, so. Someone said, I'm too embarrassed to write my story here because I'm scared you will laugh. Why would I laugh? I don't laugh. I've never laughed. You could tell me you shit on the fucking floor and you're embarrassed about it, and I wouldn't laugh. Okay? You're fine. I'm 4 months clean, but I'm worried that in winter I'm gonna relapse. Again, seasonal depression. One day after another. Recovery's not a straight line. So making a mistake doesn't mean you're not recovering and you're not getting better, but the longer you can go, and hopefully you never will again. It gets easier after time too. At the beginning it's hard, and I know that, but clean from SH. But at the beginning, it's hard, you know, because you start relying on this form of expression, and after a while you stop needing to, you know what I mean? Yeah, I know every and that doesn't mean you're safe forever. I was clean for years and years and years, and when I was put into a program which was 12 hours of therapy a week for like 4 months, I was so angry, and it was like this weird payback. I see, like, there's a couple other reasons why people do it. When I was in 6th grade, it was like a call for help. Like, I would think about, oh, I hope when if I fall, my sleeves come up, and then they see, and they're like, oh my god, Quinn. Because I didn't know how else to ask for help, you know, which is stupid. Well, it's not stupid. I feel silly now because there are so many other ways to ask for help, you know. You're not stupid if you're doing that, but there are other ways. And then at the time when I relapsed, the most recently, it was just like a fuck you. I haven't done this in a long time. Now I will. And it was like once, and then I never did again because it was stupid. But there are a lot of reasons, and it doesn't mean that you're not getting better. Do I wish I didn't do that? Of course. It's not good for you. It's not good for your body. It's not right. But I'm still recovering, and that's still good, you know? I don't know how to help my SH because when I do it, I can't cry, which is like all the time. And it's the only thing that can... Wait, what? Oh, I do it when I can't cry, which is like all the time, and that's the only thing that make me cry. I can't cry without it. This is unrelated, but interesting fact. Did you know trans women apparently, like, don't statistically, like, can't cry or something? I think that's true. Don't take my word for it. One of my old friends during her transition was telling me about it, and I was like, that's really fucking interesting, but I don't remember if I'm remembering it right. I don't know. Anyways, that's very unrelated. I'm sorry. Crying is good, and it's healthy too, and it releases endorphins, but if it's a guilty thing of like, oh, I should be crying, I don't know why I'm not, I need to make myself cry, or I'm weird, crying, if it's the guilt of like, I should be crying about this, you're not crying about the thing if you're causing yourself to do it in other ways, you know what I mean? And so that's not a solution to the problem. You just need to remind yourself that not everybody reacts to the same things in the same ways, and your body is going to handle it the way it's going to handle it, and there's no right way as long as it's the way that makes you feel the best, and is not dangerous to you. So don't feel like you need to force yourself to cry. If it happens, it happens, and you should let it out, but don't force yourself. You know what I mean? Cut onions. I don't know. If that's really... If you want to cry that bad, cut onions and go. Okay? But don't harm yourself. My parents saw my SH scars and started yelling at me. Now I'm scared of asking for help. Your parents are always going to be different from regular people you talk to. Because imagine, I can't think of a good scenario for a kid. If you have a little sister, imagine if your little sister did it. Like, all you want to do is protect them. And so if you see that they hurt themselves, imagine how angry you'd be if someone else cut your little sister, or your little brother, or little cousin, whoever it is, your older sister, whoever, someone who means a lot to you. Imagine how much it would hurt, and how angry you'd be, at whoever hurt the person you love. And so a lot of the time when it comes to parents, they feel that anger towards whoever hurt their kid. You know what I mean? And so sometimes if you're hurting yourself and you're their kid, they are so angry at you because all they want to do is protect you, and they feel like they can't, because they can't get inside you and separate you from it. So it's even harder, because it's not like they can go blame someone else or keep you away from them. Like, it's yourself, and they can feel guilty, like they didn't do enough to help you, or like they're not good enough. And so don't take it personally if they lash out. My parents lashed out. Like, it doesn't mean you shouldn't or can't ask for help. There's hotlines out there, there's counselors, there's online forums, but don't be very fucking careful. Start off with the hotlines and go from there. But yeah, don't be scared to ask for help. Because thank you so much. Thank you for the sub. Sending much love. Yeah. My mom is always asking me about my scars, and I hate it. It makes me feel embarrassed. She doesn't know that USH. Ew. You could be honest with her. I know it's scary, but I had to tell, I told my own parents. Okay, you guys. You guys don't all need to spam it. I got you. Guys, I see you. It's okay. It's okay. I don't want to draw more attention to this person. You know what I mean? If they're being annoying. Damn, they made an account like yesterday and they're here today. There. Anyways. What was I doing? Oh, be honest. 'Cause, I mean, if it's safe to. But I told my parents, and they locked away all of the sharp objects, so everyone in my house knew the code except for me. So if I wanted something like scissors or a knife for cooking or anything, I would have to ask. And so they just were able to keep tabs on like that to make sure I was using it appropriately. And so sometimes it can be helpful. And it depends on the kind of parents you have. I know my parents have been with me for a long time through my mental health journey. And so it wasn't always easy at first. And I've definitely been honest since the beginning. So they've been able to kind of ride that wave with me. But, tomorrow is worse than today. You know what I mean? Not in that way. There's no better time to start than today. Because tomorrow will be even later, you know? My stepbrother has assaulted me, and I don't know how to ever tell anyone. I haven't told anyone about it, and it happened like 5 years ago. Well, you told me, and you were brave in that, and I'm proud of you, and it is hard, I'm sure, but you did it, and you can keep doing it, and it's not your responsibility to prevent him, you know what I mean? But, what happened? Oh. What happened? I'm trying to understand. Are you guys friends or no? Oh. I thought you were being serious. Oh my god. I thought you were telling the other person to shut up. I was like so ready to time you or ban you. I'm glad I kept reading up. You! Yes. I totally thought you were, like, being mean to each other. I was like, what is this drama? Why is no one talking about it? I was so confused. I was stressed. Okay. I was like, okay. Anyways, even though it's not your responsibility, telling someone can mean that he doesn't get to do it again to someone else, you know? And it's hard, and it's not your responsibility, but if it's weighing on you, maybe letting it out can help that change. You know what I mean? I am this weird friends with benefits thing with my old boyfriend / guy friend, and I'm 100% a lesbian. And I'm doing things I don't really want to do. But I also don't have a lot of self-respect, so it's hard for me to stop when I feel like I'm almost relying on his friendship because he's been a super supportive. What do I do? Well, does he know you're a lesbian? I've been there with the self-respect thing. I get that. It can be hard to feel like if you don't even value yourself, it's like, fine, whatever. If it'll be of value to you, to have it, you know? But that's not fair, because just because you don't value yourself now doesn't mean you won't value yourself in the future, and you don't want to put your body through that, or, like, have those memories of a time that could have been traumatic, or, you know what I mean? Like, if you don't want to do something, that can weigh on you for a long time, and you will get through it. You're not ruined. Your body doesn't get ruined, but you have the opportunity to control what happens, and I hope you take that opportunity, because you deserve to be in a loving, happy, mutual connection, you know? I mean, I think experiences like that are very emotional, and so you deserve to have that emotional, mutual connection with someone who you're going to be like that with, and I feel like it's not fair to either of you when you're not honest with yourself or them. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna read this aloud. You're not asking for help. You're kind of just saying that you might end it. And so saying, but I might do it is not, I don't know in what way you're asking for help, and I want to help, and I want to be there, and I want you to feel safe, but I don't know what you're asking for, so it's a lot harder for me to walk that very fragile line. All I can say is that nothing really matters. It's all chemicals, and so there's no reason to prevent yourself from living life and having fun when you can really decide what you make of it in a lot of ways. I mean, people live very different lives, and people can have awful, awful, awful circumstances. But everything you feel is chemicals. And so if you can try to focus on the yellow sun coming through your window and the dust dancing in the light, or birds dancing with each other. I guess I like dancing. But you can see birds falling in love and all these like small things, and you can start to feel more okay. You know? Because we all reach the same end anyways, and why not enjoy it for a little longer, you know? That guy's just spamming. I'm so confused. I don't know what happened to me counted as essay, but my mom's old. I'm not gonna say it, but I read the beginning because I don't want to say your experience, because I don't want that to trigger someone, because it is like a graphically detailed experience. But if someone, I read the beginning so you know it's you. If someone touches you in a way that you don't like, that is already something they shouldn't do. Even a hug, even a tap, like all those things you should have consented to if it's going to happen to you, because that is your own personal space. And so it is really up to you if it feels sexual in nature to you. But either way, if someone is touching you at all without your consent, that is an issue. But in general, if an adult person or anyone with power over you is touching parts of your body that would be more sensitive in general, that could be waist, that could be thighs, that could be, I don't know, neck, like anything, especially if they're doing it secretly, that can be very sexual in nature. And so I would honestly tell your mom. Yeah. But if anyone ever puts their hand on your thigh, I already feel like that's pretty sexual in nature, you know? So take that as you will. But it's it's all subjective terms, so it's up to you what you feel like it is. Also, labels don't really mean anything. Language is communicational, and so if you feel like you identify with a label, and people's experiences who had that label and how people cope with their experiences where they use that label helps you, then whatever it is, you can use that label with yourself, you know? That's why I don't have a huge issue with people who self-diagnose in a way where if they're like, I relate to depressed people, I'm gonna look up how people with depression cope with it, or how they try to handle it. Like, do that. Absolutely do that, because if you relate to a label and those things can help you, then try to use it, you know? And so if people who use that label relate to you and you relate to them and their experiences can help you, and they're like, then learn from it, and that's amazing, you know? Oh, good night, Ginger. Have a good night. I look chopped. Did you know that's actually that's a Gordon Ramsay show? It's a cooking show. And if you lose, you're chopped. That's what it is. But honestly, I'm glad, because I feel like Okay. Yes, chefs, like, being able to cook is hot, but I don't think I look like I know how to cook. You know what I mean? And so I think you're right. I think I do look like I'd be Chopped from the show Chopped by Gordon Ramsay. Just food for thought. I agree. My ex was abusive. Um He means Chopped as an ugly, Quinn. Quinn, he was calling you ugly. Dummy. I know. I just don't care. Quinn? They say ignorance is bliss, but I think you should know. He thinks you're ugly. I don't care. If I want to believe that he's saying that I look like I don't know how to cook, then I'm damn right allowed to believe it, okay? Oh, shit, okay, my ex was abusive and tried to assault me, and everyone took her side, and I don't know how to explain it to my mom. It happened a few months ago. I don't know what happened, but your experiences are valid, and try to, it depends on how you feel about it. Like, if, I assume you are very affected by it, and so find whatever could help you cope, you know? No one else has to validate your experience for you to get better. You know what I mean? Y'all, this is not the appropriate time to try to flirt with me. Okay? Ooh, thick fire. Right now, this is not time to flirt with me. My God. I am 14, and I think I have a relatively big butt, and I'm extremely insecure about it because the girls my age have flat butts. I'm jealous of you. I told my mom, and she asked if I could have some kind of plastic surgery. No! So my butt could be small. She said that I should be grateful. Tips on how to get a small butt. Your body is beautiful, okay? Your body is beautiful. Don't try to change it. Your mom was right. Girl. Your insecurity, your feeling is valid, but your insecurity is not. Like, your feelings, I can say that your feelings are very real to you, but you are wrong that it's a bad thing. You know what I mean? Yes, I validate that you feel that way, but you shouldn't. Yeah, you're beautiful. Queen, shit. Every time someone has bypassed my consent. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out how to reword things sometimes so that it doesn't, I don't want to use, like, super triggering language. Every time someone has bypassed my consent, my mom has either said, you took it the wrong way, or you're saying this for attention. And same with my sister. I don't understand why she can't just do what normal moms would do. Normal is subjective. I think a lot of the time, as I was saying earlier, I think parents sometimes want to feel like nothing bad happened to them, or they would feel guilty. You know what I mean? So my parents struggled to believe that I had mental health issues for a long time because they felt like it would be their fault, and so they were like, I hope you don't have it, because I would blame myself and I'd feel guilty. You know what I mean? And so I think that could be what's going on, she doesn't want to believe that something like that could happen to her kid, or that she let something bad happen to her kid, even if she didn't actually let it happen. She still might feel responsible, and so that's her way of telling herself that it's not okay, or that it's gonna be okay, and trying to cope with it herself. It's not fair to you, and she shouldn't be doing that and spreading that to you. But also, she could have been told that in the past by her own parent or guardian or whoever was in her life. You know, like, that could be her own experience talking, and that's never something that you are responsible for, because that could be totally her own experience, you know? Guys, please know that I take these streams very seriously, and I think it's not funny when you try to be funny. So, you're also very new to the chat, so last chance, bud. Anyways, oh my god, this person is spamming the same message over and over. I'm proud of you for, oh my god, did you really spam? That was like 6 times. I'm proud of you for being clean for so long. I think the more you think about trying to get it off your mind, the harder it'll be to get off your mind, you know? So don't don't bug yourself about it. You know? Sorry, I'm trying to read. What? Quinn, can you? Oh, I don't know. I might get to it, but... Oh, bye, Steven. Anyways. What was I saying? Oh, stop holding yourself to the standard of, I need to stop thinking about it. It's gonna happen, and your brain's gonna think about it, and that's okay. So don't feel guilty for thinking about it. Because then you'll just keep thinking about it, because you'll think about, it's like how when you're anxious and you're like, oh my god, I'm so anxious, what do I do? And then you get more and more anxious, and it just keeps building. Like, take a step back, and the less you think about thinking about it, the less you'll think about it, you know? Quinn, since I got called ugly at school by a lot of people, since I get called ugly, a lot of people, one sec. Quinn, since I get called ugly a lot by a lot of people in school, I know it's common, but I keep believing, and some people say I'm pretty, but I feel like I'm not. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter. At all. It doesn't matter. People watch. Because you'll see all sorts of couples, and all sorts of types, and all sorts of interests, and it doesn't matter in the end. You know what I mean? So, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. People, I don't want to say, guys, people call me ugly, but there are people who call me ugly all the time. There are people who call me pretty. It's subjective, and it doesn't matter at all, you know? I'm 14, and I've been dealing with an ED since I was 12. I've been in 2 hospitals and a psych ward, but now it's getting bad again. It always is going to have ups and downs, and your age right now is so hard for a lot of people, and it's hard on different levels for a lot of people. ED stands for eating disorder, so it can be under or overeating, but I think in this case they probably mean under eating. Um, but, yeah, it has its ups and downs. Even with me, I still have my ups and downs, but you're 14, which means you're halfway to maturity. Your brain is fully developed, even though that varies and isn't that definable, but your brain is fully developed at 25. So your experience, how you experience the world, is fundamentally different in every way than how it will be in 10 years, you know? And so you're gonna have up and downs, and you're gonna have up and downs for the rest of your life. But especially now, nothing that happens right now is gonna be permanent at all. At all. So this is gonna go away, and it's gonna get easier, because right now it's gonna be so hard to think clearly. Teenagers need as much sleep as babies. Teenagers are little babies in big bodies, you know? Like, it's fucking hard, and none of us understand the consequences of our actions. You could be so mature for your age, or whatever, but you won't always understand cause and effect, or consequences, you know? That's literally what teenagers are known for, is not being able to understand consequences in a lot of ways. And so that could be part of it. Like, there are so many contributing factors that have to do with your age, or the time, or the fact that this is your first time living, you know? There's no playbook. There's no thing you can read and learn how to live. And so it's going to take time, and it's going to take trial and error and going to these resources over and over. But you get more used to holding the tools every time you pick them up, you know? You build those pathways, you build the familiarity, and it slowly gets easier. It was always so hard for me to come back to the world when I would have these, like, out-of-body panic attacks, when I would depersonalize and suddenly I was out of my body and in some weird state of mind. And the more it happened, the more I suffered through it, the more I cried, the more I learned, the less it affects me. And there are still some of my worst panic attacks have been kind of recent, you know? But when they happen, I know how to identify them. I know when they're coming better. I know how to deal with them better. And so you are learning right now. And there's no wrong amount of times to try and fail. Because the right thing to do is to get back up, you know? I found out my boyfriend has a whole second girlfriend in another town, and she thinks I'm the side chick. We've both been dating him for over a year. What should I do? Break up? Moving on. I know it's not that simple, but obviously, like, break up. Like, even if you truly believe in your heart that he could change and be a better person in the future, you don't have to be that person. You know what I mean? And I think it's great that you want to be that person for this person that you so clearly care about, but you don't need to be that person, because you are more likely to accept bad behavior because you're used to it. You're more likely to not notice it because you've been hit with it so many times. You know? You could be struck with so many bullets that when they start to become Cupid arrows, you still see them as bullets, you know? And so you need to find that fresh page, and they need to find that fresh page to be that new person and to have that change, because they're not going to be able to change if they don't have a clean slate. And so if you really think that they can grow and be better, you need to give them the space to grow and be better, and that can't involve you. You know? You don't need to be hurt another time. I told my mom something that concerns me about my best friend, and she told her mom. Oh, and your mom told her mom. Okay. And now she's grounded, and I haven't talked to her in 3 weeks. Oh, shit. And she doesn't know I was the reason she got in trouble, and I don't know if I should tell her or not, because I don't want to lose my best friend. I'm sure you'd rather lose a friend than lose the person. You know what I mean? Lose a friendship than lose a friend. That's a better way to put it. I'm sure you would rather lose a friendship than lose your friend. And so I think you did the right thing, and I think you owe it to her to own up. But own up, honestly, I'd own up when she's a little more mature, because I wouldn't want her to be scared to open up to more people in fear of being, like, ratted out. And so, I don't know. I feel like you just have to, like, tread lightly and be very careful and assess where she's at, because you don't want her to be like, oh, you tattled on me? I'm just not telling you. You know? I don't know. It's so fucking hard. Hey Quinn, I'm about to be 14. You're so tiny! And I've been struggling with SH recently, and I kind of feel like, my 11-year-old self will be disappointed in me. I fucking have been there. Oh my god. Because I always told myself I would never do it. You don't need to give me any advice, because I wasn't asking a question, I just wanted to tell someone. I fucking will still give you advice. Unless you don't want it. But you just said you don't need to. You didn't say, I don't want advice, you know? I've been there. I so have been there. I felt so guilty for so long. I would cry all the time, because I was like, little me would hate who I am right now. Oh my god, would they hate who I am right now. Are you kidding me? But I think you also have to realize that you are bound to grow, and that little version of you is still you, and you still have that little version of you in your heart, and you still have the time to go back and make little you proud. You know what I mean? Even if you feel like little you would be so disappointed in you now, that doesn't mean you have to give up. You know? Because it doesn't mean they can't be impressed. I don't know. It's something I struggle with, so it's like, it's hard. You know? Guys, please be careful what you say, because if you say anything inappropriate, I'm just gonna, remove you. Like, I'm gonna time you, because I don't want this to be an unsafe place for anyone, even if you aren't normally like that, or you're kidding, or anything. Okay? How do I know I was bi? I liked both, but I don't know if I am. It doesn't matter. I have a girlfriend, so it doesn't matter anyways. Oh, hi, Potato Man. Love you, King. Oh, there it is. Stop spamming. Okay. Yeah. So I don't know how I feel. I'm confused on who that is. Wait, did they say something in the past? Did I time them or something? I'm confused. Oh, you're talking to someone else because you were talking about... Were you talking about... Girl, I don't know what you're talking about. Huh. My best friend of 4 years has been very distant lately. It happens. That's the first thing I want to say. It fucking happens. Don't worry. She barely responds to my text and keep making excuses when I see if she wants to hang out. I really don't think I did anything, but when I brought it up to her, she said we're fine, and she doesn't get what you mean. People grow apart. It doesn't mean you did anything wrong. It doesn't mean you fucked anything up. As I was saying earlier on the stream, you need to kind of have a trust with them that if they have an issue, they're going to tell you, and if they're not going to tell you, it's not your responsibility. You know, because it's not your job to pick and find out. If they want the best for you and they want to stay your friend, then it's their responsibility to tell you, hey, this isn't working for me, and I trust and appreciate that you're going to change after this. You know what I mean? And so I think it's just really important to have that trust with someone. So if they're saying there's no issue, then there's no issue, you know? And you kind of have to trust that there's no issue. And if there is an issue, that's her responsibility to let you know. You know? But people grow apart all the time. If you move schools, if you just have different interests, like, people change and people grow, and I assume you're a teenager, so it's going to go through a lot of changing and growing. There are people who are perfect for each other when they're younger, then they keep growing and they kind of grow in different directions, and that's normal and that's going to happen. And so you kind of have to trust that is life and not you, you know, unless they're saying otherwise. Do things actually get better? Is that something people say? Depends. Things get hard for some people, but if you're struggling with one issue, as I was saying earlier, like, the more you pick up the tools, the more used you get to holding them. And so, even if there are external factors that are getting harder, when it comes to things you're struggling with right now, it more than likely will get better. If you're having issues with, like, panic attacks when you're supposed to be going to class, the more you work through those, the better you're going to get at handling them. And that's pretty true. And it goes up and down, but I think it usually, like, averaged out goes up. You know what I mean? Because you just keep working through it. And so things will get better in that way, but life has its ups and downs, and I can't say that the rest of your life is just going to go uphill and uphill. People go bankrupt, people lose people. Yeah, life is gonna life, like Lip said, but your only responsibility is to keep chugging on, keep making the most, because it doesn't matter anyways, you know? It doesn't mean it's not valid if it's common. I mean, not gonna lie, I get anxiety when I go to school for the last few years. I don't know if it's common, though. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's common. What do you need? You know what I mean? That's what you have to think about. Hey, Quinn, my friend claimed that ED is connected to COVID. I don't think she knows what an ED is. I didn't think that was a symptom of COVID, but maybe talk to her about it. You know what I mean? Hey, Kaylee, I appreciate that you are brave enough to share how you feel, but please, when you share, please put it in the Not Gonna Lie link so that I can read through it and censor what I need to, so that it could be less triggering to anyone else. I'm not saying necessarily that what you said necessarily has super triggering language that I would need to change, but it is helpful for me if you put it in there just so that I can have that. I do these relatively often, so if your question isn't addressed, it might be addressed by someone else's question, or there's always another time. But I like to keep the chat pretty safe and inoffensive, I guess, just for the sake of other people. You know what I mean? I appreciate that you guys are helping each other, though. I think that's really good. Anyways, my classmates often told me I look like a witch because my nose isn't completely straight. Ah! Ah! Mine is pretty straight today, but it changed. Have you seen Kaylin? Who cares? Have you seen Dina? Oh, shine bright like a diamond. Noses aren't straight. Typically. But I don't either. I mean, it honestly, it changes every day. But I don't either. Now I can see it in myself too. Any tips on how to get the thought away? You don't need to. If your nose isn't straight, awesome. That's so fire. What are you talking about? Wanna know what Doja Cat said? They're better to sit on. But like, seriously. You know what I mean? Also, some witches are so fucking hot. Hermione Granger. I mean, I guess she's a wizard. Just saying. Ugh. Hocus Pocus. The blonde chick from Hocus Pocus. Are you kidding me? Like, come on. Come on. That's so funny. Are you kidding me? But no, my arch noses are running. They run in my family. My grandma has, she calls it a honker, and my dad definitely has. But it looks great on him. He'd look stupid with any other nose. Same with her. Same with any, like, features are features. If you tried to edit me with different, if you tried to edit me and change my features, I'd probably look so fucking weird. If you try to edit yourself and try to change your features, you'd probably look really fucking weird. There's a reason your ancestors liked each other enough to make you. You know? I have a fear of going to school because I get bullied. One time I got it so bad that I came home and didn't talk to anybody for 2 days. That is a long time, and I'm so sorry. That's a very real fear, and I think you should talk to adults in your life about it. I also got bullied, and I changed schools. So all sorts of shit happens. Okay, I see that you've done that. The person didn't make any more messages, so calling attention to it can kind of just make the issue bigger. Next time I see them, I'm trying to give them another chance in a way of, like, maybe they just thought they were being nice, and so I'm letting it be. But I'll see what happens. But I definitely did see it, don't worry. This is a graphic story, in a way. It's about someone who lost their father, and people, after doing an art project about it, people laughed at them, which is so awful. They're losers, that's all. It has nothing to do with you. They're losers, and they can suck dicks. Like, I'm so sorry for your loss, and anyone who laughs at you for whatever you're doing is, like, that's just... They're not even worth your time, and it's so overwhelming to be there in the moment. But now that you're out of it, you can please try to look back at it and be like, those are fucking losers. Because they are, you know? And I get in the moment, it's like so terrifying. But you're out and you made it, and you're okay now, and you can just laugh those stupid people away. You know what I mean? I'm genuinely struggling with my mental health so bad. I've dealt with it in the past, and it got really bad where I almost attempted, and I'm having those thoughts again. What do I do? Because I feel like there's no one I can talk to. I'm too scared to get help. You survived it before, and so try to remember what helped you in the past, and try to do that before it gets worse. You know what I mean? Yeah. You survived it. So you're gonna be okay. You've walked this path again. You've walked this path before, so the path is easier to walk now. You know what I mean? I'm genuinely terrified for school to start again. Same. I have no friends. Same. And I get bullied constantly. I used to. Just because I'm somewhat overweight. It's not because you're overweight. It's not because you're overweight. And I know it feels like it is, because that's what they say it is, but it's not. They're picking on you because they are trying to prove to themselves whatever they're trying to prove to themselves, but it's not about you, because being an overweight is a non-issue to anyone else. Being overweight doesn't affect them, and so their comments on it don't reflect you. You know what I mean? They don't reflect you because it doesn't affect them, and so they're talking about it because they want to. And so it's not because of that. It's not, they would pick on anyone for anything. Don't say it's because you're overweight, because that puts the responsibility on you. But it's not you. It's not your fault, and it has nothing to do with you. And it's out of your control. And so it's very real to get bullied for those kind of things. And it happens to people all the time. And it's more likely to happen to people with those kinds of more commonly made fun of. I don't know. There's a bunch of random fucking things where it's like considered out of the norm, and so it's picked on. And yes, it is more likely to happen to people like that. But that doesn't mean it's your fault or that you should be putting the responsibility on yourself. So I'm not saying you shouldn't have said, because I'm somewhat overweight. Obviously you're communicating that they're making fun of you for that, but I just want you to know that it's not you, it's them. And I'm sorry that you get bullied. Tell on them, tattletale. I'm a fucking tattletale, bro. There was this kid who was always, like, yelling grape in the halls and, like, being a nuisance and, like, said the N-word, and he's not someone who should. And he would, like, point at me and be like, oh my god, she's gonna get me, because I told him to fuck off when he yelled grape in my ear as a joke with his friends. And I was like, do you think that's funny? Like, that is a very real thing that happens to so many women, and you think it's funny? Like, I don't understand the joke here. And so he made fun of me for so long, and I fucking snitched. I told on him to the principal, because fuck him, like, I honestly don't care. Everyone was tired of his bullshit, and someone had to eventually, and who the fuck cares? Snitches get stitches. I don't care. Give me stitches. Tattletale, bro. Who the fuck cares? If they're gonna do something and they can't stand up for what they're doing, then that's their own fucking problem. There's nothing I do that I wouldn't admit to. Like, there's nothing I would say to a classmate of mine that if they told administration, I'd be like, how dare you? How dare you do that? I don't care. Snitch. I love you, Stormy. You shouldn't have said it, but that's... Honestly, I'm so sorry you didn't leave your room for a month, but I'm glad you felt... I don't want to say I'm glad you felt ashamed, but I'm glad you grew from it. I'm glad you grew from it. I have never said it in my entire life, and it is one of my biggest fears. Because I text in my sleep. And so I'm scared. I have OCD, so I have, like, these intrusive thoughts of, like, what if for some reason I text slurs in my sleep and then everyone hates me and thinks I'm awful? That would not be good. Anyways. I hate when people say looks don't matter. I used to be super ugly and I guess I had a glow up, lol. Anyways, I used to get bullied for being ugly, and now the same girls who call me ugly and made me cry literally every day comment that I'm pretty on all my videos. Looks don't actually matter, but people treat it like they do. You know what I mean? Like, pretty privilege is so real. So real. People who... there are studies that show that people who have pretty privilege are more likely to get hired for jobs. Like, pretty privilege is so real. Like, so unbelievably real. And so, yes, I understand that it does matter to some people, but I'm saying it shouldn't matter, and it doesn't actually matter, but people try to make it matter. You know what I mean? Looks affect people, but they don't matter on a real fundamental level non-societally. You know what I mean? I'm saying if someone's calling you ugly, that doesn't matter. Like, being ugly isn't something you should be insecure about, because who the fuck cares, and it's subjective, and so you're not ugly. You just look a certain way and they think you don't look good, and fuck if they like... Honestly, the way I got over my insecurity, I mean, I'm not... Dizzle, you have some stuff to work through. Is that Kenzie? Kenzie, you have some stuff to work through. You mean... they? A woman wouldn't know. No, but Oh, it's not you? Okay. K Dizzle. Sorry, Kenzie. Earlier, when they and someone else were fighting, someone said it was Kenzie and something. I was like, oh, okay. I accepted it as their name. Anyways, you need to, where do you live? You need to get out more. People are not they're not, if you think they're all scary, then yeah, you probably are still racist, buddy. That's more worrying than, that's more worrying. Go meet people. Go hang out with people. If you feel bad for saying it, I don't think they're gonna hate you forever about it. You know what I mean? Like, don't generalize it as like, they're all gonna hate me and they all know. You know what I mean? You're fine. Just learn from your mistakes and move on. That's all anyone's ever asking of you. You know what I mean? I love you so much. They said their mother passed and they discovered the streams soon after, and it's made their days better. And usually I don't reply to the nice things that people say, but I just want you to know that I love you so much. This is so much information. Quinn, I have type 1 diabetes, and I got it genetically, and I'm bi. And I already get bullied for my diabetes, and I'm scared to come out as bi, even when I don't know how my friends and family will react. So, like, you're scared it'll, like... Oh, no! Okay, Dizzle, don't be scared. One of your friends said it and they got jumped. Well, did they feel bad for it? I don't know. Also, maybe... I don't want to say take the punishment, but, like... You shouldn't have said it. But you feel bad and you never will again. And that's what matters. So, if you didn't get jumped already, I'm pretty sure you're fine. You know what I mean? Just, like, keep living. Just critical think a little more. I love you, though. Yeah, what Stormy said. When I have type 1 diabetes... Oh, I read this already. You're scared it'll, like, add up. Well, it's so stupid for people to bully you because of diabetes. Yeah, you have cancer, huh? Like, it's an illness. I'm sorry. Stupid. Kids are stupid. Their brains aren't fully developed for another decade, so... Oh my god. I'm banning this guy. Dude, you were spamming, and I told you stop spamming. And look at you. You're back 600 seconds later. Just to do the same damn thing. You have one more chance. I'm racist, or maybe I have a statistical precedent and pattern recognition. Oh no. As a woman, I need to be... I don't want anyone to, like... This is not what I'm saying. As a woman, this is not what I'm saying. This is not my own opinion. I need to be aware of dangers. Everyone has prejudices, that word. But y'all act like... This is not my words. Like you don't. You don't have pattern recognition in the way you think you do. So, I'll explain this to you. Race actually plays very little in your genetics. So, we'll do a little lesson here. Race actually plays very, very little into your genetics. You could be more closely related to a black person than someone else of your same race. You know what I mean? or share more DNA in common, more features, more everything in common. So you actually don't, you can't really know what someone's going to be like based off of, just to clarify that I'm not racist, I'm just paranoid. I would love to talk to you about this. So you can be both. Racism is just generalizing a group of people or a feeling about a group of people due to their race. And I don't think you are necessarily this awful person who wants to kill these people or wishes the worst upon them, but you do have prejudices. And so being paranoid about a certain group of people is still racism. And that's something you should work through. And I am glad that you can at least recognize that you have feelings about that particular group. I think that is a good first step. But the next thing to realize is that you are racist. And that's something that you can work through, and that's something you can combat. And so, I feel like with your paranoia, if it's directed towards a certain group of people, that can still be racist. You know what I mean? But, yeah. Anyways, what I was talking about with the pattern recognition thing. Guys, don't boo them. If they have this stuff that I'm not going to ban them. Not everyone is. I think people have prejudices that they have to work through and stereotypes and single stories that they're told about people. I get that. But again, work through your prejudices. I don't think everyone agrees with you in that way. I mean, maybe I think more people have prejudices than they realize, but I also think it's unfair to say that everyone is racist because I don't know. I feel like that's just don't I don't know. I think racism can be as little as like when you get a phone call and you hear a certain accent, you assume it's a scam. You know? Like, it can be small things. Or things like that. You know, small things that you don't even realize. If you assume anything about anyone when you first see them, that could be through racial, see, like what Jamo just said. But I think that, like, I don't want to, like, shame this person because I don't think that will make them grow. I think when people get shamed, they tend to go in the opposite direction, you know? And so you are welcome here as long as you are willing to grow. And I think that's a fair philosophy to have. So I don't want to, like, shame or attack this person for how they feel. Because I want them to know that they can grow. You know what I mean? I don't know. If you have friends of other ethnicities, yeah, what? Of course you can still be racist if you have diverse friends. Yes, it is genuinely just prejudice against people. You can be racist and not have negative opinions. You could have positive opinions about a group of people and that'd still be racist. Like the people who think Asian people are naturally smarter or assume that they'd be a doctor or something. Like, if you assume that about an Asian person, then that is still rooted in racism, even if it's technically positive. You know what I mean? Can you sing the N-word in songs if you're not African American? Black people aren't all American. So, if you're British and you're black, I feel like saying, like, let's, I don't know. That reminds me of, there are people who seriously go to, like, Britain or other countries, and they're like, oh my god, that person's African American. Buddy, they're British. Where's the American? Where's the American part? So, yeah. But look at me, I'm not the one to say whether or not you can say it, but if you're, I wouldn't if you're not. If you're not someone who would be called it for, my philosophy with slurs, if you're not someone who would be called it for being it, being in quotes because slurs aren't who you are, then you can't say it. Like, I'd get called the F slur because I'm gay. And I am gay. So someone who gets called the F slur and they're straight, they can't say it because they're not the intended meaning of the word. You know what I mean? 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 Yeah. Anyways, I was trying to say, you don't have pattern recognition in the way you think you do. The reason I hear people say that of, like, this group of people commits the most crimes, yada yada, it's actually more to do with poverty. There are, statistics show that the races that commit the most crimes are the races that tend to be the most impoverished, on average, and so poverty and crime is very linked together. And so the pattern you're seeing is poverty, not race. You're just associating it with race because that's the statistic you're seeing. So if you saw the statistic that said poverty is an indicator, or it divided by wealth, you would have that as an understanding. But since you are presented with, probably in these racist communities, that want to feel like their racism is backed by something, or if you're presented with these statistics that seem crazy, oh my god, this group of people commit so many more of these crimes, you are going to associate it. And that is racist, for sure, because if you think about it, you can actually find the connection why impoverished communities would have a crime culture, but there is no gene that predicts whether or not you will commit crimes. You know what I mean? And so, it is racist to assume that a certain group is more likely to commit a crime. But what you are thinking is from poverty and not from, race. It also, there are so many different cultures around the world, and so assuming someone's in some culture because of their race is still probably an issue because not everyone is part of that culture, you know? So even if you're like, I have a thing against the culture, not against the people, still be aware of what you're thinking when you see different people, because you never want to assume, you know what I mean? So just try to talk to people, go outside, touch grass, you know what I mean? Yeah, so I think, yes, people have prejudices, but it depends on where you lie it, and if you're lying it in the race instead of critically thinking about where, it's like causation, you know what I mean? You can put the chart of how many people drown next to how many people eat ice cream during certain seasons, and you can be like, wow, it peaks at the same time, they must be related, but they're not, you know? Just those things happen to happen more often during the same time of year. It doesn't mean ice cream causes drowning, you know? Cause or correlation. Yes, there it is. Sparkling water said it. So, I think it's brave of you to say, even if it was anonymous, to admit that. But I hope this was an educational experience for you. Also, the brain is not fully developed until 25 is Reddit pop psychology BS. Please don't fall for that average thinking. It's a scheme. And think freely. That's not science. So, I actually, I've had multiple therapists, who have gone to school and gotten training, and that's what they learned in school. There's studies that show it. I've known people of a lot of ages, and I know that, those kind of things can kind of, you know, you can kind of tell, and you can notice it. I'm taking AP Psychology next year, and so if that changes, it changes. But I think in general, everyone's always developing, and so, I think the point still stands that shit will always change, and so, yeah. Average thinking is kind of crazy. Average thinking scheme. The world isn't a scheme, buddy. I've been dating a guy for a while, and everything seemed great at first, but I found out he's been messaging other girls, like flirting with them and stuff. What do I do? Break up? I know, my camera's bad. I know. I wish it weren't. But, alas. I think I might have ADHD, or relate to a lot of the symptoms, and some of my friends who said it think that I might. When I tried to talk to my mom about it, she was really skeptical, but I do want to look into it. Then look into it. If people online say, hey, this worked for me, this is a coping strategy I use and it works, try it and it might help. You know what I mean? But having a label is a communicational thing. It doesn't define you. And so, even if you don't have it, but you have some of the symptoms, what people do to help themselves with those symptoms can also help you. And so, use it to help yourself, even if you don't necessarily have it. Don't just be another clone you can afford to think freely. Okay, buddy! Anyone who says that is not someone who thinks freely. Zero critical thinking when they say, you're just a clone. Have you ever seen The Matrix? Have you... red pill or blue pill? Please think about the Matrix. It is not right-wing. It is very liberal, and I think you have to rewatch the movie. Psychology is not a hard science. Ask psychiatrists if the brain doesn't fully develop till 25. I don't mean like Vanity Fair psychiatrist. Buddy! Where is your source that says it isn't? I've asked real psychologists. My psychiatrist said so, and all my therapists, and literally anyone who went into psychology. So please, you prove it. What are you saying? You are yapping. Any advice on how to brush your teeth more? I know it sounds really stupid. I've been struggling with doing it often. Okay. No, you are so relatable. I promise. I think for a lot of people, it's just a sense of control. Like, I know for me, a lot of my life, it was like, this is one thing that I can control. Like, people tell me what to do all the time, but this is my one act of rebellion that I get. Especially as a kid, when I was little, I would fake brush my teeth. I don't know why. It would have taken equal amount of time. I saved myself no time. It was just like, haha, I get to choose this for my life. Honestly, I don't know. I'm working on that. That's why my teeth aren't great. But we're in this together. That was a handshake. We're in this together. Just keep working on it. Set alarms. I leave my brush out on the sink by the toothpaste so that if I see it, I can do it. I keep toothpicks around me, like the little... It's in my backpack because I brought it with me. I keep these around me so often, and so I'll just pick them. Because I'll never sit down and do it on purpose. But if I see it, it's like, oh, okay, I'll do this. You know? It's like how if you want to drink more water, you need to have a huge thing of water. Like, I don't drink water unless it's near me. You know what I mean? Anyways. What do it means advanced placement. So it's just like the highest level course. It's basically a college course, but in high school. So it counts as college course in a lot of ways, and it's like as rigorous. I've been in a relationship for 2 years. He randomly blocked me. 6 months later, he came back and told me he never loved me and it was just a bet. And now I have a girlfriend. Oh, yay. I'm scared it'll happen again. If it happens again, fuck them both. I don't know. Not like kind of fuck. Like, screw them. Fuck you. You know what I mean? Bye, Stormy. Love you. Come back. Soon. Anyways. I've been in a relationship. Oh, I already read this aloud. Fucking idiot. He was a dickwad. I don't know. I'm sorry it happened to you, but if you are worried about it happening again, you're gonna rob yourself from a lot of experiences. So you kind of just have to keep pushing forward and be open and honest with this new person. Try to make sure that they're reliable. Because I hope the signs were there, you know, if you think about it. I think I have OCD because I keep on washing my hands, counting, and I have other symptoms. And if I do anything wrong, I get frustrated and cry. My hands are so washed, they're dry and sting. Even cracking, but I don't want to self-diagnose, so I struggle in silence. It doesn't matter if you get diagnosed, because unless you want, like, accommodations, because there's no, I mean, I guess there probably is medication for it, but I don't think there, like, I have it and I'm not medicated. You kind of just have to, like, if you feel like you have it and you have these obsessive things, try the things, as I've said a bunch of times, try the things that people who have it, there is, oh my god. Oh. Okay. Really? I guess there's meds for it. But in the meantime, look up resources. Damn, I didn't even know there was medication for it. My psychiatrist was just like, you definitely have it. I guess it wasn't bad enough. She put me on enough anxiety stuff to help it anyways, it's fine. You don't need to struggle in silence. You can still say the symptoms that you're dealing with without the label. You know what I mean? Like, if you are trying to talk to someone and you're like, hey, friend, I have OCD. Here's how you can help me. Sure, that could be easier if they are already familiar with it, but if you say, I struggle with these things specifically, here's how you can help me, they can still help you. And so it doesn't actually change anything, it just makes it a little easier. It's just like how people say pronouns instead of saying the name over and over. Like, Quinn went to the store and she bought ice cream. Like, Quinn went to the store and Quinn bought ice cream. Like, yeah, the second one is harder, but it still makes sense, you know? And so you can still tell them your symptoms and have it make sense and have it work. And get help, but you don't necessarily need the label. You know what I mean? So you don't need to suffer in silence if you don't have the label. You can still communicate in other ways. I know to 99% that I am mentally not stable because I tried to end my life multiple times. Yes, that's true. You don't... Guys, no matter why someone is doing it, even if it's for attention or for some silly, in quotation mark, reason, your body isn't supposed to want to do that in general. So no matter what it's for, it is still dangerous and still something that should be taken seriously and something that you still need help for no matter what. So, like, even if it's, yeah, if someone is hurting themselves for attention, then they're clearly struggling. Absolutely. Even if it's to guilt someone else, they still have something that they need help with. Even if it's not the same as if someone... Miles, or not Miles too, I really think it's brave that you shared this in the chat. There is the link at the top of the chat that says the Not Gonna Lie link, and so when it comes to saying things like that in the chat, I like to I listen to it and I read it, but I don't necessarily want to read out exactly what is said aloud, so that, yeah, thank you, Avery, so that it's not necessarily as triggering for other people. Anyways, but my mother knows too, but she doesn't care. So I often try to show her hints that I'm not okay and need a therapist. She still doesn't care, even though she knows it 100%. Your mom doesn't need to validate it for you to get help. There's resources you can find alone, even though it sucks and it's harder than getting a therapist. There are so many people. You're here right now, and that's a resource in some ways. There are free hotlines. There are things out there that can help. So that's always available. I think pediatricians usually you can talk to. It depends on your pediatrician. Mine I was able to talk to in that way whenever I went for a regular checkup where my parent or guardian stepped out and I was able to talk to them one-on-one about whatever I was feeling. I know I live in California, which is a very blue state, and so it's very different over here, but I think you can definitely find the resources. You know what I mean? I think I found it just by coincidence. I don't like looking for specific people's things because I think everyone's equally deserving of an answer. So don't spam me asking me to read your thing over and over because I'm not more likely to. You know what I mean? Anyways, my friend is pressuring me into smoking and I'm 14 and don't want to. I'm scared. Then don't. No is a complete sentence, and so once you say it once, that is the once, and they don't need to ask ever again. And if they're continuing to pressure you, you don't need to hang around them. You know what I mean? There's nothing to be scared of because no is they can't unless they physically force you to, which would be a whole nother issue. No is a complete sentence, and so as long as you stay true and firm to yourself, you're safe. You know what I mean? You got Swiss breadsticks. Damn. Fire. Anyways, you don't need to say that you don't love me romantically. I know. Don't worry. Do not gonna lies get carried over to the next mental health stream. It's probably better if you resend. You know what I mean? I'm not a certified therapist. I know. Basically, these streams are kind of supposed to be helpful to some people to anonymously talk to someone else they relate to. And so, yeah, I'm not a certified therapist, and I encourage everybody to go seek one. But I do think people find a lot of meaning and help in these streams, being able to talk to someone. I definitely really appreciate it. So I think it's definitely a win-win for everybody. And, yeah. So I appreciate you acknowledging that I'm not a certified therapist. Because it's true. I'm not, and I encourage people to go find certified therapists. You know what I mean? Am I reading them in order, skipping similar ones? I don't really I don't think I skip them usually. The only ones I tend to skip are like things that aren't related, where it's like I like your dog, taxi, you know what I mean? Or like even the ones that are I sometimes I see your guys' messages being like, I love you so much, I appreciate you doing this. I love that you guys do that, but I'm not gonna like read it aloud and be like, look what this person said about me. You know what I mean? And so, yeah. There are some that I miss though, just because sometimes there are so many that get sent in a row that like I can't read them all. You want to go to therapy but you're too embarrassed to ask for it? There's nothing to be embarrassed about. My grandma got therapy, my grandpa got therapy, my dad got therapy, my mom got therapy. I'm in therapy. My sister's in therapy. Therapy is a great thing, and I think everyone should have access to therapy because it's such an important thing and it's such a helpful thing. Even when you're not in crisis, or like even if you don't have anything like any mental health disorders, it's good to have someone to talk to and a professional who can be like, hey, this is where you were, this is how you're growing, because people are complicated and it's good to have someone to see you. This summer I got lazy and my dad says I'm gonna be fat. He's making me feel bad about my body. He's insecure. The only one who can be insecure for you is you. And so them making fun of you is not... it's not necessarily, it's not your responsibility. You know what I mean? It's not a reflection of who you are. It doesn't matter. Fuck him. Fuck everybody who makes fun of you. I don't know. If you don't care, you don't care. And it shouldn't be anyone else's business. And you shouldn't care. You're fine. Therapy is great. I've had so many different therapists, and it's so hard at first. But you kind of have to just commit to it and hope for the best. At first, when I was in, like, this big group therapy thing, I felt every day like it was so useless and stupid, and like I wanted to do anything else in the entire world. But the more I got into it, the more I opened up, the better it got, you know? And I still talk to some of the people from it. Even though I'm not really supposed to. But things change, you know what I mean? The only one that can help you get better is you. At the end of the day. You know? I love you, Nuri. I like this girl, I am too, but she's straight, and she said it out loud, and ever since that day I feel dumb for liking her. It's not your fault. Because it'll hurt more the longer it goes on. You're not dumb. You can't really control who you like. You know? You can try to move on, but it's not like, even if you did know, it's not like you can control, so. You have nothing to be ashamed of. You're 11? Tips on how to make my nose pretty. That, I can tell you're 11 now. Girl, your nose is pretty. I'm not even answering that. Your nose is pretty. Next. I talked about this earlier. Girl, you are 11 years old. Your face isn't even halfway done. You're still in the oven. Why are you so worried? Fucking 11-year-olds, man. How the fuck are you 11 and trying to look like a fucking model? Ugh. Okay, I'm so sorry to any 11-year-olds in the chat, but you... Oh my god. I cannot... I'm so sorry if you're 11. In general, I can't stand 11-year-olds. You are so tiny. Have braces and be stupid. Why are... Oh, no, I like 7-year-olds who... 7-year-olds, sorry, I was reading 7. I like 11-year-olds who are 11. You know what I mean? But, like, when I see 11-year-olds in, like, crop tops and lashes, I'm like, ah! What are you doing? Who let you go out like that? Please, just, like, try to stay 11. Your brain cannot comprehend that kind of world. Putting on makeup, that's not good for you if you're still growing as a human being. You should not... You have too much going on in your little, tiny, little, newly developing brain to be insecure like that. You know what I mean? I swear, I feel like people that tiny should not try to, like, I really feel like tiny little children are being exposed to insecurity and shit way too young. Like, my anti-aging routine. Girl, you are the youngest person ever. No, but like, you're so tiny. What aging, girl? What aging? And they fall into these trends of like, I'm bunny pretty. What kind of pretty are you? Because they're 11 and they're impressionable and they can't think. If you are 11, stop being insecure because you are literally fucking 11. What are you insecure about? Your age should be your biggest insecure. I'm so sorry. Don't be insecure about anything. But like, if you're insecure about anything, be insecure that you're 11. Because that'll change at least. Well, everything won't. But like, stop. Like, Your brain is not prepared for all of this at your tiny little age. So please stop trying to be. And I don't even blame you. I don't even blame you if you're that tiny. Because you're so small. Like, how could you possibly be responsible for that? Yeah, make fucking gotcha life movies. Howl at the Moon. Like, I don't know. Hi, my wiener. I'm talking about how pissed off little 11-year-olds piss me off. $11-year-olds who, like, look older than they are. You know what I mean? When I was 11, I looked so stupid. And I'm glad. Because I had more to grow from. I don't think my little brain at the time could have handled, like, trying to look good with makeup. You know what I mean? Of course I love them. Of course I love them. I just want you to not try to mature too fast. You shouldn't be watching me. I talk about, like, all sorts of very inappropriate things. You should not be on here. You should be watching, like, Vsauce and the Magic School Bus. I don't fucking know, but, like, don't watch me. I curse in every sentence. And please, like, don't deal with makeup yet. Don't wear makeup yet. Don't be on TikTok. You should not have TikTok. Okay? You shouldn't have TikTok. You shouldn't play The Last of Us at 11. That's not good. Yes, watch Bill Nye, bro. Yes. Like, I want you to watch good creators. Like, you shouldn't be watching, like, fucking... I don't know. Guava juice. Those fucking idiots. But, like... Don't watch Corey Kenshin. I don't think that's a good idea. I'm trying to do this. You play with Littlest Pet Shops and you're 12. That's normal. You should be. You still have childlike magic, okay? Like, yes. Childlike magic, bro. Childlike magic. Corey's nice. I mean, I don't know anything about him, honestly. Wait, Axel, don't ban them. That's Twitch's job, not mine. They're safe here, but I feel like you should be responsible and not be here. You know what I mean? But I don't want to ban you forever. It's my responsibility. If it was like Discord, I'd say it was different, but I feel like I don't know. I guess like yeah, it's true. Guys, I'm not family friendly. But I just know that if I was their age, I would be watching. Like, to me, Discord is genuinely unsafe. This isn't an unsafe space. This is just, like, probably too old for you. But I was cursing at that age anyways. I don't know. I haven't decided. Don't go on Discord. Even if you're my age, don't go on Discord. Don't go on Discord ever. Okay? to Hellscape. And my server was so great for so long for a Discord server. What if the dad doesn't want her daughter to be fat because it's bad for her? Then saying you're gonna be fat is the bad way to put it. Like, if you're like, hey, let's go on hikes, because I care about your health and I want us to be fit. That's different than you're gonna get fat this summer. You know what I mean? You're 12 and you have Discord. Get out! Get out! Get out! Why are there 12-year-olds here? Gulp. Just... I don't... Okay. The thing is... I agree with Axel. Bans are permanent. We can't time you till your next birthday. So don't... If you are under 13, don't talk in chat. We still love you. You're still great. You are loved. But I don't want you to be a... Having online friends with... Being friends with older people online is risky. And so, I don't want you to... Even though I think this is a completely safe space, in general, I don't want you talking to strangers on the internet when you are so tiny. You know what I mean? And so, don't do that. Don't talk in the chat. Because I don't want you to be friends with anybody in the chat, or in any chat, until you are older. Please? Because you're tiny, and that's dangerous. If I had gotten that advice when I was that age, I would have been so happy. I would have been so happy! So please, thank you for the sub. Strange timing, but I love you. Guys, I think people are lying about their age. I don't think they're actually 10. Right? Kenzie, you're not 10. Right? Yeah, I agree with Maria. I'm gonna be a freshman soon, and I'm petrified I'm gonna be bullied again. My cousins go to the high school I'm going to, and I have a strong feeling they won't do anything if it happens. Then they suck and tattletale. You know what I mean? Sorry, I zoned out. I'm gonna be a freshman soon. You're okay. I hope you're not bullied again, but if you are, and they don't stick up for you, snitch. Tell your parents, cause that sucks. And that's wrong. And they should. I don't understand. People, I hate that people are so. What streams are you hopping between, my wiener? Anyways, I hate that so many people are like, oh, oh, okay. Anyways, they're like, oh, I would be an activist, I would do this, I would stick up for blank group in this moment, and then they see someone getting bullied and don't do anything? Are you kidding me? That pisses me off. Hi, Stormy. I love you, Queen. People who don't stick for other people are so cringe. When people do shitty things to other people, and they stay friends. I have people who, like, were friends with people who did such awful shit to me. Like, one of my old friends was still friends with my ex after she knew and was there for all the abuse. And it's like, why? You know what I mean? Like, genuinely, why? It's stupid. I don't befriend people who do shit to other people. No, the excuse is always, well, they haven't done it to me yet. Okay. Boycott people, how about? If someone does something bad to someone else, talk to them about it. And if things don't change, then, you know? I've been going to sleep consistently at 4 to 5 a.m. and waking up at 2 to 3 p.m. I don't know. I wish I knew how to help you. Because I don't know how to help me either. I have a fear of sleep. Chat might help you. Chat, try to help. I can't help at all. My family fat shames me a lot. My parents force me to go to the gym, even though I feel self-conscious around people I don't know. And my mom doesn't let me eat after 6 p.m., but my sister, they glaze for being skinny, and they let her eat after 6 p.m. They always tell me to be like her. My sister's anorexic. I can't wait for you to get out of there. I cannot wait. They clearly have their own issues, and I'm sorry. Because, like, that's so bad. I don't know how old you are, but I hope you get out soon. Also, if they're limiting your eating like that and, like, encouraging eating disorder, call CPS. I mean, CPS also often does pretty shitty things, but, like, do research, weigh it out, because if they're, like, literally starving their child, that is illegal and that is abuse, you know? And so do what's best for you, and your safety. My 7-year-old little sister is always watching with me. I'm 15, your streams, because she once saw me watching you and she finds you pretty and funny. I hope this is okay. Close her get out of... I talk about sex and I curse constantly. I don't think that's appropriate for a 7-year-old. What grade is that even? That's 2nd grade. Her first experience with the birds and the bees talk shouldn't be a random chick on Twitch making bad jokes. Okay? So, please, you can show her clips, okay? Maybe if you pre-watch something and you're like, okay, but not with the live stuff, because the live stuff is so unfiltered, and I don't think that's appropriate. You know? It's definitely not appropriate. This is an interesting statement. There's apparently an incel in the chat. The link is, if you refresh, it should be at the top. It's pinned. Girls... Sorry guys, there's an incel in the chat. I'm like... Girls love guys who do shitty things to them, or other people, especially if the guys are good looking. If that statement were true, my dad wouldn't be a good guy. Clearly some girl liked him. My dad's actually so liberal and so kind. He's the most accepting, jolly guy. So no, I don't think girls love guys who do shitty things to them or other people. Also, especially if the guys are good looking. So, like, if an ugly guy is mean, they care. But if a hot guy is nice, they're like, ugh. But if an ugly guy's nice, they're like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Like, what? What do you mean? That's just not true. I think you need to meet women. I don't want to be passive-aggressive because it's just going to make you worse. It's just going to make you so much worse. If I'm like, idiot. But I really encourage you to talk to more people. Because I think generalizations are a bad thing. There are some people who like people who do bad things, but that is such a weird thing to say. When I was younger, my cousin, 1 year younger, used to... Okay. This is very graphic, but, they basically were touched inappropriately by their little cousin, who probably didn't know the extent of what he was doing, but was exposed to something inappropriate too young. I don't know what to say to that. You're brave for sharing it. That sucks. I hope he got better. Yeah, you can edit me. You guys can, I'm fine with edits as long as they're, like, yeah. If I reply and I'm like, hey, I don't like this, that's a different thing. But, people edit me to sexual songs all the time. You know what I mean? So, I don't care. Honestly. Oh, you're on Safari. Okay. I'm not saying hello to anybody, bro. My ex-girlfriend is practically bullying me and keeps commenting on my TikTok calling me ugly and fat. Block them. Why didn't you block? That's not practically bullying, that's just harassment. Block them. And if they don't stop, you can tell the school. Schools take cyberbullying so weirdly seriously, at least from my experience. I know a lot about body dysmorphia. I experience it. Yes, Stormy has the right idea. Okay, this person said that they were assaulted by a family member when they were 9, and they don't know what to do because they've been upset about it since. I don't know how old you are now, but I assume that you are no longer 9, obviously. I hope you are a lot older than that for the sake of being here on this stream, but, it is normal to feel upset. If it helps, you know, your skin is literally not the same skin. Your cells regenerate. Literally every part of your body regenerates every, I think it's like 8 years or something along those lines. Starting with the most exposed cells, like your skin. So what they touched is literally not the same. Even your brain regenerates. And your cells. So it's not even the same. Literally no part of you is the same after all that time. And so the power your family member had over you and the person that they bypassed the consent of is not the same person, even if you have the same memories. And so, yeah, it's hard, and it's hard to get through, but after time, it'll get easier and easier. Just, that's something I definitely recommend a therapist for, because that's someone who can, like, talk to you constantly, because repeat victims are a thing, you know, and so they can kind of keep track in that way. So I'd say please get a therapist, you know. I don't think you sent this already. I didn't see it already, but people made fun of your appearance, and now they're making fun of you by spreading rumors and shit talking. Rumors are the shittiest fucking thing, because people can say literally anything, and people probably won't question it. You know? People have said the weirdest things about me in real life, too. I can't even remember some of them. But it's like, just random shit. Like, one time, someone online said that I dated what was it? It was like a 14-year-old boy from Europe. Huh? What do you mean? What do you mean? And it was probably just because some 14-year-old boy from Europe was like, I'm dating Quinn. And they were like, oh my god. Oh my god. You know? And people don't question it. And so it's so fucking annoying. But surround yourself with people who are critical thinkers and who will question things. Like, I question literally everything I can because I don't want to have untrue opinions about people. You know? And that means holding your friends accountable. And, you know? But surround yourself with people who critically think and won't just believe anything, and who actually want you to be successful. You know what I mean? This one starts off with, my family abuses me and my mother tends to mentally fight me. I don't want to read the whole thing because I feel like it is really personal, and they're just saying that they feel a lot of guilt and they feel shut down. And I just want you to know that, like, your experience is your own, and your experience deserves to be heard, and whatever you're going through now isn't gonna last forever. But I get that the pain can last quite some time. But you are always growing, and you are worth fighting for, you know? I think a way I was motivated to kind of help myself through all the shit I was going through and, like, to keep trying was to just look at little me. Like, I started collecting photos of younger me all the time. And it helped because I saw that little side of me that I wanted to protect and that I wanted to keep safe. And so I kind of got the motivation to keep fighting for myself. And so you're worth fighting for, and you're worth growing for, and you're worth working through the pain for, you know what I mean? And whatever it takes to realize that, it'll be worth it. This one's really sad. I don't know what to say. It says, I feel very ashamed to exist. Like, there are so many people that are fighting for their lives and want to live, and while I just don't want to. There's nothing you can do. You know what I mean? The only thing you can do is try to make those people's lives a little bit easier. You know? So, dedicate your time to community service. Help other people out. Hold open the door a little longer when someone's further than you would usually hold the door open. You know? If you feel like you aren't fighting hard enough for the life you have, appreciate it a little more, you know, because not existing isn't really gonna solve that anymore. Like, you already do, and so dedicate it to the people who you think deserve it more, you know? Community service is, I think, a great coping mechanism in general. It just, like, every week I stand there and I talk to so many people and I say, hi, how are you? Can I help you? And I get to have this connection with someone for a moment in this world that never mattered and that never will. And I get to add a little more meaning to it, you know? Like, no matter how much I hate myself, I don't hate the people I help, and at least I'm helping them, you know? And so, I think community service is really a great way to cope with anything, because seeing these stories of these people who come from so many different backgrounds. I give out food at this food drive, so there's a lot of different kind of people there, and you build these connections, you know, and you meet all these people, and you get to make a difference, and I think it's a really powerful thing to do. And so if you feel like you are wasting your life by using it up when other people are struggling, help the people who are struggling. There's no time to feel guilty about it. There's no point in feeling guilty. Just use the life you feel so ashamed of to help other people. You know? Obviously you matter, and obviously you shouldn't feel ashamed. But I feel like no matter how much I say that, you won't believe it, so you might as well make the most of it, you know? Yeah. If you feel like other people deserve more, then give it to them. Yeah. I don't know. Donate blood. Nuri, what? What, Nuri? What? People don't believe I'm lesbian in school, even though I am, and I keep getting approached by boys. Should I start dressing up like one? It's a sexuality, not a fashion statement. Doesn't matter. Also, you're in school. Boys approaching you, they'll get over it, you know? Like, you're still in school. You don't need to fend them off. They're gonna live. Just put a, lesbian, I like girls on the back of your backpack. I don't fucking know. If you tell them, I'm rejecting you because I only like women, then you're fine. I don't know. It's also no one's business. Like, if they keep asking you out, that's weird. Someone said, I feel like the world is better without me. Go do community service. If you feel like you are harming people, go do good for people. Because sitting here feeling like you're harming people isn't going to make other people feel any better. You know? Obviously, the world wouldn't be better without you. But if you feel that way, go do good for the world. You know? Community service. Donate blood. Like, compost. Recycle. Pick up trash when you see it on the ground. You know? You can make the world better. Oh, I think it's just one person talking over and over. Why can't you bring yourself to believe you're depressed? It doesn't matter if you are or not. If you want to cope with things, if you want to recover from things, the label matters less than the symptoms. So if you find a label that fits symptoms, then you can search how people with that label help with those symptoms. But, like, if you want help with something, search just how people deal with it, you know? One of my friends told me I'm gonna go to hell, and when I told them I didn't like that they said that. Sorry, I'm changing it up because the wording wasn't clear. When I told them I didn't like that they said that, they said it was just a joke. I don't know what to do about it because she openly told me she's not going to support me. she cannot support you. It doesn't change who you like, you know? That's her problem, not yours. So, fuck her, you know? Like, if she wants to feel that way, then she can feel that way. She's not invited to your sick-ass wedding. I don't know. That's her problem. It's not yours. I'm lesbian and that is not bad or something, but I feel so ashamed by myself. Only myself. I feel so bad that I've done not okay things to myself. Who do you think you are? Sorry, is it? I'm gonna do an aggressive approach. Who do you think you are, holding yourself to a different standard? You're just as gay as the rest of us. You're just as valid as the rest of us. If you want to bully yourself, bully other people too. Don't do that. But if you're too good of a person to bully other people, don't bully yourself either. I don't want to be promoting bullying here. But no, like, oh, good night. But don't, you can't hold yourself to a different standard. That's not fair to anybody. If you're gonna be homophobic to you, you have to go through me first. No, don't bully anyone. Don't bully anyone. No. There's also nothing wrong with being lesbian. So. You're cringe and homophobic. You're cool and gay, though, so it evens out. Damn, Daniel came from the depths of the chat to say goodnight to Lip. I've only ever seen you really talk at the very beginning of stream. People who say bring back bullying are so lame. Like, you realize language is so diverse. Like, language is such a beautiful thing. You could choose more successful words. You can't really bully someone out of doing something as well as you can just say, hey, what you're doing harms these people in this way. And if it doesn't harm anyone, why the fuck do you want to bully them? I've been dealing with depression. I've been getting worse. It's been getting worse. I don't know what to say to that. But that happens a lot. No, don't be creative in your... Stop it, wonky gonky. I'm saying language is so creative. Educate other people. Not bully other people. Bullying did never leave. That's also true. You are mysterious, Daniel. No, stop, wonky gonky. Stop it. You're not gonna go to hell for being gay. Me and Kaylin had a talk about this in the last stream. There's a couple reasons why you're not gonna go to hell for being gay. Even if you believe in the Bible. First of all, until the 50s, it was a man shall not lie with a boy. So it was pedophilia. Also, it's a part of the Bible, if you've read the whole Bible, that is said to be, like, literally later in the Bible, it said, like, that section, you guys, is just cultural norms. It's not sins. Like, don't get it confused. It's just cultural norms. Because it also has, like, hey, you should go do your sister. Hey, you should go enslave someone. Like, it promotes slavery and incest. So I don't feel like it's really reasonable in that way. You know what I mean? Also, conversion therapy doesn't work. So if God is supposed to only, if like, if you're judged for the actions you make and being gay is literally not a choice and you can't stop being gay, like, provably you cannot stop being gay, why would that be a sin? Because you literally cannot stop. Like, literally, no matter what you do, you cannot not do that. And also, it doesn't harm anyone else. All the other sins actually harm other people, but being gay is just, like, chill. You don't owe anyone coming out. You know that, right? I don't think it's even a sin. It literally was a man shall not lie with a boy. And said in a part that said not to be followed. So, like, it wasn't a sin at all. You know? Or a lot of priests would be in fucking trouble. Anyways, you don't owe anyone coming out. It's, like, honestly no one's business. I hate that for some reason there's this weird culture of, like, you have to come out. Like, you know what I mean? But it's no one's business, you know? Especially if it's not safe for you, you don't at all need to come out. Like, don't if it's not safe for you. But, like, no one deserves to know. You know? You like who you like. And if someone wants to know your sexuality, they probably want you. You know what I mean? So if it shouldn't matter to someone else what your sexuality is. So you don't need to feel guilty for not telling someone. You know what I mean? Yeah. I'm a lesbian, which for some reason I can never get myself to say because, well, you just did, because everyone I'm around is straight. But it makes me feel disgusting, but I only think that of myself, which I can't even get myself to come out to anyone other than 4 people because I care too much about what people would say about you. Well, you don't know, like I said, it doesn't matter. Yeah. Guys, the people who say, never mind. I don't actually know that much about the Muslim faith. I knew about most major religions pretty extensively, major and minor, when I was younger, but I don't know that much anymore, so I can't talk that much to the Muslim faith specifically. I'm sure there are creators out there who can explain it to you. I'm sure that there are so many things that are sins. I could come up with something, and like eating apples on a Thursday, that's a sin to me or something, you know? And so I can't necessarily say that in any possible opinion, you know? But there are so many religions out there. And so, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to help you, but just think about, like, you can't, stop being gay. It's literally not a choice that you can make. And I don't think a loving God would make something that you're just born with and can't change a sin. You know what I mean? Like, a brunette is born a brunette no matter how much they bleach it. You're gonna be gay no matter what. He wouldn't make being brunette a sin. I was suicidal about 2 years ago because I didn't feel like I belonged in this world. Jesus, I really meant to censor that. I'm tired. Because people would tell me to, do it. Oh, I don't know what to say to that. That doesn't have a question attached. I hear you. That's relatable to a lot of people. You want to come out, but you don't know where to start. Make sure it's safe, and then, honestly, it's not as scary as you think it is if it's safe. You know what I mean? I took my dad on a walk, and I was like, Dad, I like girls. And I was crying for no reason, because I knew he would accept me. He literally has all gay friends and always told me it doesn't matter who I like. But I still cried, and he was like, okay, I don't care. Can you pick up Taxi's poop? And I was like, is that really all you're gonna say? Like, no, like, oh, I'm proud of you for coming out. And he was like, I really don't give a shit. Why am I gonna celebrate that? Congrats, you like women. Like, what? It's like, okay, dude. Jesus. He literally could not care less. I mean, if your mom, someone said, my mother has told me before that she wouldn't be mad if any of her children were part of the LGBTQ community. She would just be disappointed. And now, I don't know if I should trust her with my personal feelings and sexuality. If you feel like it would be beneficial, like if you feel like talking to her about it would make you happy, but it'll come out one day. You know what I mean? Like, if you are a lesbian and you marry a woman, her disappointment now or disappointment later doesn't matter. I mean, I'd rather her get used to it now, I guess. That's my philosophy, but I don't know. It's complicated, so it's up to you. I don't know how to help, but there's so many people who are here for the process with you. Oh my god, literally every Not Gonna Lie right now is about people who are suffering homophobia in their homes. I have the same answer for all of you, you guys. Why is everyone 14? This is confusing to me. My dream is to become a doctor in a war zone. I got bullied the last 2 years, so my grades got really bad. Same. And my mom told me, you will definitely not become a doctor with those shitty grades. Not true. One of my parents' friends, who I love so much, her name is Laura, I love her. She is like 40 something, and she just went back into college and graduated with a degree in speech therapy. Like, she's a speech therapist for children with learning disabilities or speech impediments. At 40 something, she went from a on-set wardrobe assistant stylist to a speech therapist for children. You know? And so your life isn't defined by your grades when you're 14. Okay? And write it in your fucking, like, your college essays, dude. I was having a hard time freshman year, so I failed, but my grades in my sophomore and junior and senior year are perfect, so. Yeah, I grew. That's how you know I can get through tough shit. You know? You know? I need a good distraction from SH because my current one has been failing recently. Music is my main distraction, but it always works. Distracting is like a band-aid, I guess, on an open wound. Like, you need to do more than distract. Distracting is like applying pressure to the wound, but it's not going to stitch it up, you know? So many fucking analogies. Quinn, just be honest. You are not going to fully heal if you're just trying to distract. So distract while you're recovering in other ways. So distract, but instead of doing that, use other methods. Like, because you're just trying to put what you're feeling inside outside and validate it through being able to see and feel it. And so eat sour candy, you know? Yeah, it's a tool, but it's not the final solution. Bracelets a good idea. Those all are good things. Paint, scribble, throw rocks. You know? I don't know. Eat raw onion. Hold ice, but not for too long because you don't want to freeze yourself. You know? But you don't want to do that. You can risk infection. You can risk hitting a bad nerve, you know? Caleb, I think you should talk to your girlfriend about that. Brother, that was not a misclick. You highlighted that shit. You wanted everyone to know that you have poppable hemorrhoids. That you're thinking about popping. Shit. Brother. Quinn, I get bullied because I'm taller and stronger than most guys in school and not very girly. All the people in the chat are like, what? All the people in the chat want you, brother. So you're fine. You're fine. I wish that sometimes. But no, other than that, people who bully you are stupid and lame. Okay? Bullies are stupid. Yeah, it is a dumb reason. I'm so much cooler than everyone else around me and I get bullied for it. It's okay. That's normal. Cool people get bullied. Why am I getting trolled so much today? It's like I put mental health in the title and incels are like, this is my time to shine. I'm a good person. I would be a war hero. But when I see kids trying to suffer or not trying to suffer, trying to get through the suffering they're feeling, I just feel a need to ruin it. I'm getting trolled because it's our only way to express ourselves. That's fair. I feel like that is why I get trolled. Y'all feel so, like, sad, and you want the advice, but you want to pretend like you're not trying to get it, and so you're pretending that you're here for other reasons. But I know. It's okay. It's okay. It's not toxically masculine to get help. It's actually pretty fucking brave, you know? So, if that's, what do you want? I'll help you, dude. You don't even need to ask. Just say an issue. I got you. I got you. Put it in anonymously, dude. You got this. I accept you. Okay? I know that trolling makes you feel a little better. But maybe this will make you feel even better. Give it a shot. Be vulnerable. I'm not going to read this one. I used to always hide my problems, etc., because I find them not bad enough, even though they probably are. I'm kind of one. Oh my god. I think that one's probably super, super, super relatable. But just think about it. If you went to a doctor's office and you were like, hey, I broke my arm, would they be like, okay, well, Mr. Buddy over here has cancer, so yeah, you can walk that off, you know? Like, even if your issues aren't that bad, they still deserve attention. Even if it's a common cold, you still take medicine for that, you know? And so, your issue not being so severe as other people in the world doesn't mean that it's not worth addressing, you know? In fact, to a lot of people, it'd be more relatable because it's more common. And so talking about it could actually be so helpful for more people than just you. And so your issues are valid, even if they're small, no matter how small, because there's still something that you're dealing with, you know? Like, if someone gets a paper cut and they're like, oh, I need a Band-Aid for this, they're not gonna be like, ugh, rats. Someone else got shot. Like, take care, like, of your small wounds, too, you know? Anyways, someone was saying that they feel like, maybe, I mean, if you're a lesbian, you're a lesbian. I don't know. I don't think it really matters. That could be, like, heteronormativity. They're just saying that they feel like, I don't know. You have ADHD, and most of my friends wanted me because of my autism. What do you, like, wanted you in what way? It was more impulsive for me rather than actual choice. As soon as I stopped, my friends changed. At some point, they started not inviting me anymore. So I just started playing Minecraft. Like, you were like a comedic, you know that thing with the tongue? But way worse. So, like, you just felt like the comedic relief. I've been there, and they called me the R slur. And they were like, oh, you're so funny. And then I would, like, try to hang out with them, and they'd be like, what? Or, like, I'd try to have any normal conversation with them, and they'd just ignore me. Because I was neurodivergent, and, you know? So, I get it. But, fuck it, you know? You're opening yourself up to more opportunities, you know? I sat alone for a year, and counting, because I'm waiting for the right people, you know? Because if you're alone, it means you have free time to find new people, you know? I wasn't growing when I was stuck with the same people who were making fun of me all the time, you know? And so, I've been lonely, but I'm also giving myself an opportunity to wander and meet people and all that, you know? There was this one kid who came up to me during lunch one time and just talked to me the entire half hour. And it was like, I'm never going to talk to that kid again, but it was an experience, and it was an experience I wouldn't have had if I was with the same group of people, you know? And so if you are having those shitty experiences, maybe you're better off, like, letting yourself be in an open door, you know? My best friend moved to Australia 2 years ago. She was always talking about her new friends and how they are better than me. And I don't know what to do or how to bring up the topic to her. You don't need to. She's a bozo and she moved on. She moved on. And if she didn't, that's her own problem, cuz oh shit. Cuz you need to, cuz that's a bitch right there. That's fucked. I mean, I don't find myself in today's teen trends either. Not as much. Everyone's different. Of course you can stay here if you're French. I don't know if you'll know what I'm saying all the time, but you can be here. I won't stop you. I could be like, get out! You know? I have a little bump on my lower stomach, and I'm so insecure about it because all the girls in my class have all flat stomachs. I don't know how to get a fully flat stomach. Please don't. The most attractive thing is the fucking... Don't get me started. Don't get me started. First of all, those girls are not built the same as you, so you're gonna be built different, okay? Who cares? You don't need to fit some Barbie mold. What is the genetic mutability of having a flat stomach? None. What is the genetic mutability of having a little bump with all your organs in it? That's actually pretty helpful. So, why the fuck would you want the other one? Like, you are so pro. You have organs, that's so fire, dude. What? And also, you probably see their bodies different than they are. Just because you feel like they all look like they have this... You're seeing yourself from a different angle. You're seeing yourself at different times. You're seeing yourself differently. Like, you can't judge yourself based off of that. You know? What is with the incels? They keep coming back.
Bullying pretty girls is a natural instinct because female competition is hardwired.
That's just not true. That's just not true.
It's hardwired into your brain to hate on other female species.
The moment any guy says females, I'm like, okay, dude. Okay, dude. You want some deodorant? You okay? Like, it's actually hardwired into your brain for female competition, and the females actually like, they like the bad boys, so they don't like nice guys like me. Guys, so it's hardwired. It's not me, it's the brain. But smart girls like me, who don't do the hardwired thing. The reason is because of modern feminism, and it's hardwired into their brain, and so, yeah. You're just wrong. I'm sorry for making fun of you. Oh no. This person said I had really bad body dysmorphia. Every time I feel guilty after I eat, and when I come across a mirror, I body check. And I feel horrible about my body. I've been there. Try to stop looking in the fucking mirror. Please, 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 please. Your health is more important. Okay? Being hot, in parentheses, in quotes, because I don't think it actually makes you hotter, but being hot isn't gonna make you live longer or make you happier. It just won't, okay? Wanna know what food does? Food makes you genuinely happier. I'm so angry when I don't eat. Okay? I'm so hungry. I'm so angry when I don't eat. You will be happier if you just live. So, just weigh out here. I usually have better advice, but I'm like, just please. You're never gonna be happy trying to change your body, because the issue is in your mind. Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah, let me guess. The TikTok psychologist told you that the female competition is actually cultural and because of the patriarchy.
Say it in chat, dude. If you're gonna have these opinions, say it in the chat. I want a name next to these quotes. Okay? Pussy.
Let me guess. The psychologist is actually cultural.
I don't think there's female competition. I don't think there's just general
Female competition.
genetic utility. Sorry, my bad. Of having a flat stomach or big boobs is attracting mates. No. Dude, it has to be the same guy. I'm gonna... Okay. A few things. Having a big chest doesn't mean you can produce more milk. So, that already doesn't... Attracting mates, they're attracted to usable things, okay? So, that's why the beauty standard for a long time was... Okay, let me explain. For a long time, the beauty standard was healthy to chubby bodies because it meant they could afford food and they were well fed. So when people were starving and when people were actually struggling to get food, or in places where people are struggling to get food, the beauty standard is chubby, because it means you have food. And if you're an animal and you're like, I need a mate, you're like, that person can give my child food. I want that. And so that was the beauty standard. But in modern culture, being skinny means money because you can afford to still be healthy without you can afford to be skinny and still healthy, and you can afford good healthy food opposed to the cheap food is usually very fattening. And so skinniness signifies wealth, and so that's why it's part of the beauty standard. But the beauty standard changes so much that you can't say that attracts mates. Because if I am supposed to genetically, there's something genetically in me that attracts mates. I'm pretty flat. My girlfriend is very flat, and I love her. Her body's literally perfect. Her stomach is not flat, and it is. Are you kidding me? Like, she's so perfect. I love her. And her body would survive better in the wild than of a skinny model, okay? So, that, your point is not, I really, you're like close. You're like, it would attract mates, but why would that attract mates? Why would a flat stomach ever attract a mate? It wouldn't. Not in natural standards, you know what I mean? I found out my boyfriend has an online girlfriend. I'm really upset, but he doesn't want me to leave him. Womp womp. You didn't want him to cheat, and he still did. You don't have to read it out loud. I want your opinion. There's no proper weight for anyone. So, I'm not even gonna answer that, because naturally, my body, I have an eating disorder, and so it's different, but naturally my body would weigh above what is considered normal for my height, you know? If you met me in person, you'd know that I naturally have dense muscles and big bones. Like, I just genuinely I'm a wide person, even though I am very skinny. And so I naturally weigh way more than I would be, you know what I mean? That's just a thing in my family. When my dad was the healthiest, he was so much, all the guys would be like, oh, I just reached blank pounds, and he was like, I'm like double that, and he was like totally buff, you know what I mean? So there's no right thing. Just make sure your doctor knows where you're at, and your doctor should be able to know. Body checking is my biggest enemy. I hate my body and everything about myself. I'll never be happy with myself, and I guess I'll have to accept you. Yeah, you have to accept it, because you can't change yourself. I helped myself in that way by, like, I didn't look in the mirror if I was not wearing a shirt, like a fully covered my whole stomach shirt, you know, because I didn't want to risk trying to stare at my stomach and be like, yeah, I look like this, you know what I mean? My anorexia was so horrible that my heart stopped about 2 to 4 times, making me have to get blood donated to me. I'm physically better now, but I'm still in that same mindset and headspace I was during the time. I think I'll go back, but I want to stop it. Well, you have another opportunity. And I bet you never expected it to happen the first time, but you survived. And so now you kind of know what's coming, and you're gonna survive even more, you know? Like, you've been through it before, and you know how dangerous it is and how not worth it was. And so you will have more of an ability and more of a pathway that you can follow, because you've already walked the path, you know? And so you're gonna be okay. But that's crazy that your heart literally stopped. Of course you can rewatch the stream. Why wouldn't you be able to rewatch the stream? I probably answered some of your same questions multiple times in the stream. If you feel like yours wasn't answered, watch the VOD, because I probably did. But, yeah, you can't you will never be happy with your body, ever, by changing it. You know? Because there will always be something new or more, or something you don't see, or a new insecurity, you know? And it'll never be enough. People who get Botox pretty much never stop. And so you have to change the inside first. You really went for the you fat, no, I just have big bones. So I actually... I have never been accused of being fat. Accused, in quotes. I actually have been hospitalized for being too skinny. So, no, having big bones is a real thing. I am a great sprinter, but I can't run very far because my lungs are small for my body because I'm a big person. Bodies come in all shapes and sizes, so yes, there are people with thicker and thinner bones. Like, my wrists for my hands are, they're not small. I mean, since I'm skinny, but if you saw my sister, like, if you look at my sister, that's how I'm supposed to be. We are very different, and so there are people with different sized everything. I mean, even, like, I'm just a, that's not, I'm hitting bone. Like, this is all bone. It's just a big bone, you know? And so I naturally weigh a lot more. Just because of that. I also, I can do a lot of push-ups even though I don't work out because I have dense muscle. Like, I just am naturally built different than other people, and I think that's a normal thing. And I feel like people doing the whole big bone joke is stupid because there are people who genuinely have bigger and smaller bones, you know? Someone said they got made fun of for having an Android. Girl, me too. They can suck my dick because I have better camera quality. I don't want to take the pills my therapist wants me to take because I read online meds are bad for the body and make you fat. No. They don't make you fat. There are some that can, but they're not making you fat in that way. It's just, it can make you have more of an appetite. But, as long as you're healthy, like, you'll be in conversation with your doctor and your psychiatrist, and so if it's making you unhealthy, then you'll move medication. It's a process, and so trust the process if you can. This one's sad. I always feel I hate when people don't take shit seriously. So, fuck you if you don't take this shit serious. I'm gonna time you. That's a warning. Anyways, this is gonna be very straightforward, but I'm hypersexual because of the things from my past, and I feel really shitty about it, and I'm disgusted with the things I do to feel loved. I'm not sure what to do. I get it. I do. I've known a lot of hypersexual people. I think part of me is on the line of it for sure. Kaylin thinks I might be. Or I'm just a teenager. Just because, like, I do have a lot of trauma too when it comes to that kind of thing. And so I get it. I think a lot of people become hypersexual in some ways because they want to... Have you ever seen the video of, like, a coffee cup and it's filled with water and it, like, slowly dilutes the coffee until it's just water? I think a lot of people who have trauma, sexual trauma, want to do that, where, like, they feel like if they just keep on adding experiences, then it can hide the one they had, or the many they had that were traumatizing. And so, please, I know that you are trying to share what you feel like you're insecure about, but I also feel like if you say what you're insecure about in those ways, you could be inventing insecurities for other people. You know what I mean? So, I think dented noses are awesome. People pluck their eyebrows so thin on purpose. People love negative canthal tilt, whatever, like, with the eyes. Are you kidding me? Like, you are too hypercritical of yourself that you're just inventing shit. Anyways, back to the hypersexual thing. I think it's very normal. Because, like, other women in my life, they were just repeat victim, to the point where they can't even feel it anymore. Like, they completely zone out every single time they do things, because that's just what their body does now, because that's what they got used to doing. And so, like, there's no reason to feel disgusted, because if you feel disgusting, then oh my god, how many people are disgusting. But it can probably change, you know, and it's not necessarily a bad thing if you find someone like-minded. There's nothing, you're not necessarily hurting anybody, and it takes time. I know that, like, looking to find people who will give you validation because you feel like they're the people who will give it to you no matter what, and you hate yourself and you feel like you don't deserve it, so you go to the people who feel like will give it to you no matter what. One day you'll find someone who loves you no matter what, but because they know you. Not because you're young, or not because you're naive, or not because you are hypersexual, but because of who you are. And you'll realize you were never disgusting, you were just trying to cope with all the stuff that happened. And there was a time before what happened, and there's so much more time after. And you are gonna be okay, and you're gonna get through it. Oh, I love you, Avery. Let it out. But I don't, like, it's normal. It's so normal. And, like, I can't explain how normal it is, and how normal feeling gross about it is. Oh my god. Or guilty, or feeling like I'm not even a victim anymore because I keep doing this to myself. But you're still a victim. It's just a victim of the past. You know? But you're gonna be okay. I'm such a people pleaser. I don't tell anyone when I'm struggling because I don't want them to worry. I like people not having to worry about me, but bottling up emotions is starting to really get to me. Anonymous people, call a hotline. Call a hotline. If you don't want to put that on your friends, there are people who volunteer to hear it. Like me. And so if you need, and if you want to get a therapist, that's why I like therapy. Because I like talking to someone else through what kind of tools I might need, and then bringing the tools to the person and being like, hey, here's how you can help me with this thing that I'm struggling with. You know what I mean? And so, sorry, I'm checking on my girlfriend. That's what I like to do. Because you don't need to bottle it up, but you can also feel like independent in a way, or like you're not putting it on unparticipating people, or people who don't want to be there. But I still think you're never a burden, but it helps with the feeling if it's someone you pay. Like a therapist. the person who said, I'm much better and happier now, I just wanted to share because it's a sensitive topic for me. I hear you. I'm not gonna say it aloud, but I hear you personally. You're not a slut. I did more than you. You're fine. Take care of yourself, though. Be safe. You're okay. I'm not saying maybe it was a good idea, but I'm saying you're not broken. You're not disgusting. It's your first time living, and you're a teenager with teenager emotions. My dad said no one would marry me for having a big nose, and he told my sister no one would marry her for having eczema scars on her legs. Well, clearly he married a woman, or he has those features, so clearly it worked for someone. He either gave it to you, or married someone who had it, so... Or had sex with them. I don't know if they're married, but... Fucking idiot. Someone will marry you, I fucking promise. It honestly, again, people are so obsessed with, like, does this count as blank trauma? Doesn't matter. If you are struggling and you want resources that'll help you, then you'll find resources that'll help you. You don't need to fit the label. If something works and helps you, then it works and helps you, and that's awesome, and we should be happy for you. You don't need to, like, have it validated as counting. If it helps you, and that's awesome. I validate that. I validate that it hurt you, and I validate that hopefully you'll find this. I'm so conflicted on this human being. No, wait, is that not the same person? Oh, I'm so confused on this human being. At first, they were like, we're trolling because we're insecure. And I was like, it's okay. Sharing is caring. Like, are you okay? And he was like, yeah, I'm struggling. And then he was like, these people falling into these toxic looks-maxing trends. And then he was like, I want to live under Trump administration. And then he was like, I goon to mommy ASMR. What in the reverting? You went from incel but needs help to got help to is helping back to incel again. What? What is this cycle of vengeance? You play Minecraft at 15? People play it in their 40s. Most people are over 15, and most people have played Minecraft, so... And Minecraft hasn't been around long enough. My dad played it. Minecraft YouTubers are all in their, like, 20s, bro. There are some that are, like, 30. Like, what? I hate rage baiters, bro. They're so cringy. Oh, so I didn't see... Okay. I don't have my glasses on, bro. I meant to say brother, and then I said bud. But, whatever. Never call you a Trump supporter ever again. Trumpy. Whatever. Anyways. What was I gonna say? Oh. I feel like we should troll bigots and the people in power, not the people who have been, like, literally murdered. Like... yes, the people who have been killed for who they love. Let's make fun of those people, not the people who killed. That sounds like a good idea. Like, why don't we hurt the people who have been hurting other people, not the other way around? I don't understand. Like, I genuinely, for the people who are like, oh, I don't even believe it, like, I'm just trolling. Troll the right people, dude. You're going in the wrong way. I broke up with my ex because of how forcibly she would be about sexual things. I felt uncomfortable with her, especially because she was 2 years older than me, but she keeps begging to get back with me. I don't know what to do. If you're uncomfortable about an age gap, it's a bad age gap. period. And that could be 1 year for you and 3 for another. You know what I mean? Like, personally, I probably wouldn't date someone younger than me really at all. Like, that would be pretty uncomfortable. If I was dating a 15-year-old, ugh. But there are other people who would. And if it works for them and they're within 3 years, then it works for them and it's within 3 years. You know what I mean? But if you are uncomfortable with an age gap, especially if you're the younger one, get out. That's bad. And if also if they're at all trying to persuade you into, I'm not 19, I'm 17. Can we stop talking about politics? No. What? I've talked about politics for the past 17 years of my life. I don't know why I would stop, ever. Anyways, if anyone ever has to persuade you to do anything, to consent to anything, then it's not good. Like, that's already an issue. Okay? Someone should never have to persuade you into anything. That's not consent, that's coercion. Guys, your true friends, if your friends were true friends, they would find alternative things, okay? My friends also didn't add me to group chats because I had Android, but they were not true friends. So I think that's why they didn't add me. Because I swear to God, I would never have a friend who I was like, when you text me, your texts are a different color. So, yeah, we're not texting. Like, what the fuck are you saying? I don't have a flat stomach, and like the other girls, and what? Girl? I don't know where the fuck you live. I don't know what planet you're on, but I have never met, okay, I don't want to say healthiness is different for everyone, but it is so rare for anyone, sorry, I have an itch on my titty, but it is so rare for anyone to put their legs on a chair and for their legs not to grow in size. That's literally your skin. Like, you're not just bones. It's gonna do that for anybody. Like, ever. Your thighs are gonna grow in size when you sit down. That's just what's gonna happen. Okay? When you're 17, you can't talk about that. But anyone who has ever done anything inappropriate with a woman knows how amazing thighs are. Dude, there is nothing better than thighs, and I can't say more than that. I can't, but don't make me blush. 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 Are you kidding me? Okay, well that was a little explicit. You didn't need to say that. There's a difference between saying I'm gonna blush and someone saying I get hard. But honestly, I get hard too. I get totally bricked. My wiener goes wee. No, but like getting crushed by the thick thighs. You don't know. You don't know. Any munch knows. Any munch knows. But yeah. Any munch knows. You shouldn't dress different to attract anybody. No. Oh, this is so sad. I wish I could get anyone who doesn't have a cooch out of here right now, because someone's just saying they're insecure about theirs. They come as someone who's seen a lot. As someone who really does like women. Who gives a fucking shit? Who gives a shit? I literally, okay. Think about a time where, like, a birthmark or a different shape or anything on someone's body would, like, make you feel like, ew, they look so bad. Anything, okay, Kaylin's snag tooth. That is something objectively, I don't want to say incorrect, but all her teeth are perfectly straight, and then she has one snag tooth. And I love it. I fucking love it. Like, unbelievable. When she smiles, it makes me so happy, because anything that is her, like, specifically and uniquely her, is something that I love, because I so deeply love her. And so there is no part of your body that someone who's deeply in love with you won't love, because anything that's you is what they're gonna like. You know what I mean? Like, there is no feature that Kaylin could ever have, beauty standard or not, that I could ever dislike, because anything that's her, I like, you know? And so, don't feel insecure about your body. People get plastic surgery on their intimate area, okay? On their private parts. They literally get surgery, okay? Like, don't think that you can only get, like, a boob job and Botox, you know? People get all sorts of surgeries. But also, it's all different type. I've never actually met someone who prefers the corn version. You know what I mean? Like, I've never met someone who prefers that. So, don't be insecure about your body, because there's no right way to have a vagina. You know what I mean? There's no right way. It's all an organ. Guys, well, maybe it would be an issue if your lungs were shaped weird. Let me think. I'm trying to think of an organ that wouldn't really matter. I don't know. Bodies are all different. Okay. Liver. Are livers shaped different? Does it not matter? Is it bad that I search up a singer because she looks like my crush? Just to admire her? I mean, could you just confess to your crush? That's it. Oh my god, part 4. I didn't even see part 1. This is a long story, but I'm sorry, but I don't have anyone to talk to about this. It all started when I was like 9. I had to take away alcohol from my mom because she would be drinking too much and getting drunk. My dad or brother never actually told me. I was the one that needed to take away the alcohol from her, but I felt like I was the only one noticing it and feeling like I had to do something. Of course, I couldn't do more than take it away from my mom because I was just 9. I stood against an adult. By the way, she never really got aggressive with me or my brother. When I took it away, she tried to guilt trip me, saying my dad would divorce her if I told. Over the years, she had these moments where she would randomly come home drunk out of the blue when she was doing good for a really long time. She has been brought home by the ambulance because she was drunk on the streets. Jesus. The feeling when I saw her, I just got so mad and cried. I was shocked and felt ashamed. Every time she would hide the alcohol in the room next to me where her dad's closets are. My room is straight next to that room, and every time my mom would pour in her alcohol or like touch the bottle of alcohol, I would have this weird feeling in my stomach. I still get it to this day, and I want to trust my mom, but she has lied about so many things I don't know if I can. I am so sorry. I don't even know what to say. Alcoholism's a fucking bitch, and it can take people and make them so unfamiliar, you know? And you're so strong and so brave and so incredible. And it makes sense. Everything you said makes sense. Having a weird feeling, like after seeing that, of course you do. Like all these things. It makes so much sense, and you're so valid. I love you too. I wish you and your mom nothing but the best. I hope she finds a way out. My dad has been going to AAVE meetings my whole life, at least. He's been sober for like 30-something years. He went to jail when he was younger. Because he was very much an alcoholic and an aggressive one. And he went to jail and he came back and went into AAVE, and he's been sober ever since, and it was probably really hard. I don't know. I didn't know him because I was a fetus. Or I wasn't a fetus. I was an egg. But change happens, you know? And it's hard, but yeah. Oh, I'm also awkward in person. This person said they saw someone at the mall with a Last of Us shirt and they wanted to go up, but they didn't. And they regret it. You'll have more chances. Before my depression got worse, I always had really bad social anxiety as a kid, and then I was getting better, and so whenever I saw someone pretty, I'd be like, you're so pretty, or I'd be like, oh, your nails. Whenever I see nails, I say, can I see your nails? They're so pretty. And I still do, just, it was like daily at least, where I'd be like, oh my god, I love your outfit, oh my god, you're so pretty, oh my god, I love your hair, like, anything. Because if I thought it, I said it. And then I got bullied even more, and my self-esteem just went, and so I stopped getting as social as I was. But it's not as scary as you think. You're never going to see the people again, and if you do, you weren't trying to do anything harmful, you were actually trying to do something nice, so why the fuck would they be offended? You know what I mean? Like, it's yeah, it's silly. Dude, that's literally what Kaylin has. I was literally just talking about that. Someone said, I'm really insecure about my smile. I have a little fang that sticks out whenever I smile, or slightly move my top lip, and I literally hate it. Kaylin has a little snag tooth, And sometimes when she closes her mouth, I see it get stuck for a sec, and it makes me so happy because I'm like, that's my girlfriend. Because it's like, it's my girlfriend. Like, she's not just some hottie. Like, that's my girlfriend with her little snag tooth. And it makes me so happy. I just like her a lot. Because she's so pretty. She's so pretty, but then she has her little special little features. I love her. She's so pretty. It's so dark in her room, so I can't even see her. But I love her. She's so pretty. But, yeah. Don't be insecure. Ugh, I hate getting older is so annoying. Oh, hi, Mel's. That's such a common experience. Your friends start to smoke and drink and all that crap, and it's like you feel left behind, but also not very envious. But you're like, wait, come back. I hate it. But people grow, and your childhood friends will be there forever. Because I think at the end of the day, if you were to call her, even if you don't talk for a long time, and you were like, hey, I need you, I hope that you have someone who would be there for you, even if you have nothing to relate on anymore, you know? I still have some friends like that from my childhood. Like, I have nothing to relate to them with, and I know that if I called them, they'd still be there. So many people are telling me about their, like, assault stories. I appreciate you guys being open with me. Don't vape. Vaping is so stupid, dude. I respect vaping the least. Like, no way you're vaping, bro. Sorry, I don't want to demean people. It's just like... my rainbow fart blast is almost out. I have to go buy a new one. Tastes like cinnamon. Get me at least smoke some weed. What are you fucking talking about? I hate when shit doesn't taste how it's supposed to. Not that I ever have. But imagine eating cooch and it tastes not like cooch. Like, that shit piss me off. Same with that. Like, imagine you're like, oh, I'm gonna get high and it tastes like cotton candy. What? Like, fuck you mean? I don't care how grossly herbal weed tastes. Not that I ever have. But, like... piss me off. If you're gonna do something, it better taste like it. Otherwise, it just makes me mad. Ugh. Well, I'm saying, it, like... I'd rather something taste worse, but authentic, than, like, cotton candy. But not truth. But not real. You know what I mean? Can we get back to therapy? That is a great idea, Josh. I'm so sorry. I don't know. I can't stop drinking and I turn up drunk to high school. I can't quit. You can. Believe me, you can. You're still in high school. Dude, my dad was like that. And he's been sober for 40-something years. Or 30-something years. Okay? You're totally okay. I mean, yeah, you should do the work, but I'm saying it's not impossible. Like, if you do the work, it'll you can do this. Okay? You can do this. You're never a lost cause. Guys, you don't owe anybody anything to do with your sexuality. You don't need to come out to anyone, okay? You literally don't owe anyone anything. Guys, don't go sniffing Elmer's glue thinking it'll get you high. It's a coming out is something necessary. No. It's a label. It's not. Your label, other people validating your label doesn't make it any more valid. Okay? Self-respect. Pronouns, giving pronouns is because people literally refer to that. But the only use of sexuality is people know who you want to fuck. But it's not like that comes up in conversation. Like, when people are like, oh, she went to the store. And she likes to fuck women. What? No. The only people who care are people who want me. And I only want my girlfriend, so we're kind of chill on that. You know? So... yeah. I dress both femme and masc, but I feel like I have to dress more masc so my family realizes I'm gay and I don't have to come out. Basically skipping the hard part of sitting down and having to chat. If you want them to know without you saying anything, like, get a gay flag or something. Show up at home with if you want them to confront you. Then just put the flag on your backpack or something. I don't know. Am I stupid? I might be. But, like, if you're not worried about them hating you, you just don't want to sit down with them. You want them to come to you and be like, hey, you're gay, right? Right? Am I crazy? I might be crazy. I agree with Kitty something. It's just a thing you like. It's like, okay. You don't owe someone your sexuality label more than you owe them if you like tea or coffee more. You know what I mean? Like, if you're gonna go to Starbucks, then maybe them knowing if you like tea or coffee more would be helpful. But if it's not useful to them, then who cares? If they don't want you, who cares? You know? Aw. I think ups. Don't do it. Don't vape, bro. There's literally nothing good that I've never met someone who vapes who's like, I like to do this, and I'm glad I did. You know what I mean? Like, I've never met someone who's like, I don't regret vaping for the first time. You know what I mean? Vaping as you're watching. Okay. But still, this person's saying their sister is trying to get them to vape, and they don't want to, but it's getting to their head. Don't do it, bro. It's so expensive and so stupid. Have I ever laughed at the most craziest and sad stories from these streams? No. That's metal in your lungs. I don't know. Once when I was 9, I made my dad sleep next to me because I was scared. I woke up and he was texting some woman. He was cheating on my mom. What did you do? That's not mental health related. That's just, like, sad. I'm sorry. What? Misogynistic boys? Ah! Sorry, this broke. I don't think I saw that. When you were 12? Why would your older brother do that? Stupid shit. I'm proud of your dad. Someone said their dad was a really bad alcoholic, very aggressive, and now he's been sober for 5 years. Well, that's good. It makes sense that you still think about it, though. It's still a traumatizing thing that happened. I don't know why it wouldn't. It'd be hard not to. Sounds normal. Am I in Boston? No. I'm just cool. I get called weird because I want to adopt a child in the future and not have some of my own. I think that's awesome. There are kids who need homes, and I think it's good to want to give it to existing kids. I think it's an awesome thing. Oh my god. Is this the same 14-year-old? Everyone, it's the only do 14-year-olds just like telling people they're 14? Most messages don't say their age, but if they do, it's, I'm 14. Maybe it's all the same person. Maybe that's their name. Hey, it's me again, 14. Anyways, I have an addiction to the za. And I'm 14. I tried stopping, but my girlfriend said she likes it when I'm high, so I continue getting high. Please help me. Break up. Wake up and 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 break up. That is not a good relationship. If you're like, I don't like this thing because it takes control over my life and it's unhealthy for me. And she's like, but I think it's hot. Poo-poo, poo-poo, poo-poo. Get out. She can find a stoner. How much? What? Guys, I am not a sex educator. What? How much risk if there is pregnancy and what now? There's always a risk, but why are you asking? You should always wear protection, yes. It lessens the chance, but it's not zero. I'm not. I never even kissed a guy, so never something I've had to worry about. If someone threatens to break up with you because you don't want to vape, let them break up with you. If someone threatens to break up with you because you don't want to do something they want you to do, then that's a immediate flag to let them. The moment anyone says, I'll break up with you if you don't. Oh, thank God. Okay. Thanks for telling me. Go ahead. Fucking phew. I just dodged a bullet. Like, what? Uh-oh. If your friends are saying sexual things to underage girls, police time, you can report them. I don't care if you're snitching. If they care more about their friends, their pedo friends, than the underage girls, then they're stupid and deserve jail time. But this person said they're scared that boys their age are turning into misogynists, and I think that's true. Honestly, I think not all, but there's a huge growing community of it right now. And it's scary as shit. Oh, deadbeat dads suck, dude. I'm sorry. It's not Stockholm Syndrome to let your partner do things to you that you're not interested in. But it is something that you should try to leave, because if you ever feel like you have to let someone do something, then it's no longer something that should happen. Like, it's a two-person experience, and so it should never be one-sided. You know? Am I the last of us girl on Insta? Did you not find me through Insta? Were you just, like, scrolling? If you can't mate, watch Andrew Tate. I feel like it's the other way around. Yeah, I am the cosplayer. How did you know? I don't look the same. I want to brush my teeth. It's 3 a.m. Yeah, I am still watching. Don't turn off my music. You're good at remembering faces? I'm not. I'm tired. I might end stream soon. I feel like we're repetitive now, and people are kind of not asking for advice so much anymore. Well, you should follow me. I'm kidding. I hate myself. You don't have to follow me. I wouldn't. You can ask for advice, yes, bro. Hi, Kimmy. I've been rejected so many times, I'm scared to even go up to a girl for a casual conversation. Well, you're already on the right track. Saying go up to a girl instead of female is already a good plan. But girls aren't that scary, and life is too short. Rejection is inevitable, and it's gonna happen, and try to figure out what you're doing wrong that they're rejecting, or maybe just what you have that isn't necessarily what they're interested in, or maybe they're taken, or maybe, like, it's not necessarily you, but you can probably think more about that and figure out what it is. You know, I don't know how to help. I've never been that kind of person. How I ask for help without feeling weak and like a coward. Well, you're doing it anonymously. Oh, I would love to moot you. Give me a sec, though. Anyways. Now I don't remember what I was saying. Oh, how do I ask for help without feeling weak and like a coward? I feel like it's cowardly to not ask for help. Like, what are you running from? You know what I mean? Because you are being brave in going to people and being vulnerable. You know what I mean? So I feel like that's brave in general. And it's not weak. It's resourceful. Like, if there's this heavy fucking boulder, do you think someone's not strong because they can only lift 400 pounds of it? If they need some extra help, they need some extra help. That doesn't take away from how good they are at it, you know what I mean? And also, asking for help is a totally normal thing. It means that you have the motivation to ask, and to improve, and to learn, and to grow, and you have the curiosity, and I think that's a lot more impressive, and that's a lot more notable, or noble, or any positive. It's just, it makes you a better human being if you are brave enough and strong enough to look inward to yourself and know that you need some assistance, or that there's something that you could be doing differently and that you need some other advice on. And I think that's strong. You know what I mean? I think it's really brave to ask. I love flossing my teeth. It's such a bad habit. I don't know what advice to give you. You just told me that you got horrendously bullied. They don't matter, and they fucking suck, and I'm sorry, dude. That sucks. If you're mutuals, if you're friends with my mutuals, just tell them to send your account to me. It is a bad habit, because I only do it sometimes when I remember, like when it's in front of me, and so I floss it till it bleeds. I'm not doing the fucking thighs talk again. I'm not. Go back and look at the VOD. If you're insecure, if you're like, oh, I wish I had thin thighs, go look at the fucking VOD. There is nothing more heavenly. I can't be that graphic. I can't be graphic. But I think you know what I mean. Because I love thighs so much. And I screw you if you hate thin thighs. I don't know. I love you. Your feelings are valid, even if the insecurity isn't. You know what I mean? I just hope you get over it, I guess, or like realize how beautiful you are, because thick thighs are so dude, are you kidding me? I've never really been in a religious community that much. Like, people around me tend to be relatively atheistic, and so I can't give you personal advice, but I'm sorry you feel judged. There's a creator I like a lot. His name is it's Genetically Modified Skeptic. And he talked about his experience, I guess, coming out as an atheist, and I think it was really good. Kaylin watched a lot of his videos that I sent to her and really enjoyed them as someone who's been there too, so I think maybe it's worth giving a watch. My parents think I'm a slut for dating so many different guys. Should I confront them? No. I mean, that's their own problem. I would assume they'd confront you, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm stupid. I'm tired. As a Mormon, I want to do the do, but I feel compelled not to due to my religion. It's normal to want to do the do, because you're a human being. You know what I mean? I don't even see what you're referring to. I don't know why it's not showing up for me, Kimmy. Oh. I think I'm so flattered, but I'm in a relationship. So your love for me will not be going anywhere. Anyways, wanting to do things like that is very normal. Just because we're people. So don't feel bad. But if you have a religion that, like, is in the way of that, then that's your own choice. You know what I mean? I'm not going to tell you to go do the dirty. Wow, it sucks you've been homeschooled your whole life and you feel lonely now. I don't know how to help you, but you are barely at all in your life yet. You know what I don't know how to put it. Your life is just starting. So you have so much time to make friends and to meet people, and you're going to be okay. Anyway, I didn't say nothing's more heavenly than being crushed by thick thighs. I did not ever say that. Of course it's normal to have purple red stretch marks on your inner thighs and such. Anywhere where your body grew rapidly, you're gonna have stretch marks, pretty much. And so that can be that can be behind your legs, that can be your hips, that can be, people sometimes have it on their chest, or literally anywhere on their entire body. It honestly just depends on the person. I love stretch marks. I've said that since the beginning. I didn't say that. What? No. But, no. I've always said that stretch marks are the most beautiful thing. After they heal for a little bit, they kind of go, at least mine, went translucent, so they don't have the color anymore until you put them in the light. And, like, when I, like, turn my leg or turn my skin, they change color. So, like, they're pink and purple in some directions and blue, and they're, like, all sorts of colors. It's like a little rainbow on my skin. It's gorgeous. It's one of my favorite things. I love stretch marks. Yeah. Of course it's normal to have stretch marks, though. Is there any safe Lex advice for lesbians? You still need to wear protection and get tested for STDs. Or kind of. Basically, if you use any extra things when you're doing anything, you need to wash them. Obviously. Like, absolutely. Because you can still spread disease. There's not protection for that, but there are dental dams, which is basically, you can just, it's like a thing for your mouth, basically. And so, if you were to do, you'd have protection. Because you can still spread disease. Lesbians can still pass that on. What? Why are you saying Quinn, bro? Y'all asked. Okay? Okay, Kimmy. Get a girl. Y'all wanted safe advice. So you still need to do that. Always get tested after any new person you're with and before any new person. You gotta get tested, even if they're a virgin or even if they say they're a virgin. You can get born with one. So, genuinely, I don't know what that the fuck is. Anyways, you can get born with it, so, you always want to have people get tested. You always want to get tested, just to make sure, because you never know. But, yeah, lesbians can't just go get their freak on and not think about it. Like, you still have to think about it, because there's still some danger, no matter who it is. Yeah. I don't think it's childish to be scared of lightning and thunder. I feel like that's very common. There's a booming noise from the heavens above. I'd be scared too. Or I am scared too. It never thunders here, but I love it. Hey guys. I'm here to give informational advice. I'm not here to tell you whether or not cooch tastes good. I'm not. This is a mental health stream, so if people feel comfortable getting some education, that's fine, but I'm not here to... I got off topic, I know, because I'm tired as shit, but guys, please don't ask me if cooch tastes fire. How do I break up with my toxic boyfriend? Hello. We are not meant for each other. I wish you nothing but the best. Goodbye. I don't know. You just have to just go for it. 3, 2, 1, go. Because if you try to slow burn it, it's never going to go well. Yeah, find it out yourself. That's a fire quote. Some people, it's subjective, dude. I don't know. How do I be more confident and be myself when all my friends in my past left me once I started acting like the real me? Kind of just need to find the right people. I don't know if you've ever been medicated, but if I, when you're getting medicated, you have to try a bunch of different medications because they're not always going to be the right one for you. Some will give you the shits. Some will make you cry all the fucking time. But you keep trying until it fits you, and you don't give up. You know what I mean? And so, if they're not the right ones for you, they're not the right ones for you, and you try again, you know? But you're gonna be okay. How do I deal with comparing myself to others and not feeling good enough? Not feeling good enough part, I started looking at other people and I would just stare out at people and be like, can I find something beautiful in everyone? And I did. And so that helped my confidence because I was like, if I can find beauty in everyone, I can find beauty in me. So that helped. I think also, if you're in an environment where comparisons are kind of coming naturally, taking breaks helps. Because it can start piling up and piling up and piling up, you know? And so, when it comes to social media, breaks are good. Like, deleting TikTok. And being like, okay, I'm done with seeing all these hotties on my screen. They make me feel like crap. I'm done. You know what I mean? So that helps. But in general, I think it just comes with confidence. I don't know. Like, you don't need to compare yourself when you like yourself the way you are. And so slowly over time, I think, as I've gotten older, as I've become more of my own person and not so worried about all that bullshit, the more I've been able to not compare myself as much. But I still do sometimes. It's so hard not to. If you're a teenage girl on the internet who's being told, this person's better than you, you're better than... God. But the worst is, like, you're my second favorite. You're the second most pretty girl. It's like, I'd rather you call me ugly. Weird fucking thing to say. Am I bi or just lesbian? I have a girlfriend, so don't really matter. You can say I'm your second favorite streamer, but I would... How do I tell my ex to back off? Fucking back off. That's what you say. My boyfriend is addicted to corn and wants me to give him a thing that I'm not comfortable with giving him. And he said I'm too conservative. He's a motherfucker and you should leave him. It's sad that he's going through that, but if he's trying to invalidate you not being comfortable with something, you need to leave him. I've been in that situation and it doesn't get better. They don't suddenly start respecting you. no one is such a good or attractive person that they're worth dating if they don't listen to you the first time you say no. You know what I mean? I agree. Watching that in a relationship is weird. Some people, it's fine, but that's a conversation you gotta have with your partner, dude. I feel like I'm too skinny. I've tried every method to be big. And people make fun of me for how skinny I am. It makes me feel insecure about myself. Aha! See, all you people who wanted to be skinny, they have the opposite feeling. Because all bodies are built different, and not everyone can achieve the same thing. So quit fucking trying. I also got made fun of for being skinny. It was so stupid. They were like, Quinn, you're Pinterest skinny. It's so cool. But also, it's awful, and you're a twig, and you suck. But also, you weigh so much. I thought you had an eating disorder, Quinn. What happened? People are just gonna be mean no matter what. How do I get my boyfriend to shave his body? He won't, as he thinks it's too manly. What is with the... If he doesn't want to shave it, and you want someone who shaves it, find someone who shaves it. How old are you? You're probably so young. You're not, like, locking in for life. You deserve to be picky, and they deserve to be loved exactly how they are, okay? You're too young to settle for less. I love this. This person started off with, I'm not the best with English and writing, so please bear with me. Okay. And then they start off with, I'm 14, I've been having feelings/emotion for a couple of years now. Oops. Anyways, I will take you seriously, though. I'm 14, and I assume they're saying I've been struggling to have feelings and emotions for a couple of years now, and I've lost interest in a lot of my hobbies that made me happy. I can't eat much anymore. I find myself being tired, burned out, and I find myself rotting in bed a lot. I think you're depressed. Genuinely. That's textbook depression. I'm medicated, so I don't know any non-medicated related habits except for, I don't know, just 3-2-1-ing it. It comes in ups and downs. I have a skin tag in my armpit, and it makes me very self-conscious whenever I'm wearing a tank top or bikini top, and I live my arm, and my friends would see it, and they hate it. And I would get so scared. I started wearing hoodies and t-shirts, and I hate changing in front of people because of it. I have it too. I'm not going to show my armpits because people are so freaky, but I think honestly, I don't even think it's a skin tag, but I have, like, a bump that's been there for a hot minute because I think I, like, hurt myself when I was shaving, and now it just stayed like a little friend. My parents are covered in skin tags, but I don't, if you're friends with people who would make fun of you for having a skin tag, I think you're friends with the wrong people. A skin tag is like, it's a little piece of skin that, like, kind of comes up. It's kind of like, it's not like a pimple. It's like if someone pinched you and, like, a tiny little piece, it's like a mole, but the same color or pink or reddish as your skin. And it's, like, slimmer, tinier, and like this. Kind of. You know what I mean? Yeah, like, hangs a little bit. Just Google it, dude. But it's very normal. Guys, please note that I'm a minor, not a sex therapist. If you have an interest and you want to bring it up to your partner, bring it up to them and let them know that that's how you feel. Ask for consent. And if they don't give it, don't be mad. Just be like, okay. I think I might be depressed, but my mother isn't willing to get me therapy or medication. You don't need to give up on getting help, even if you can't have access to meds or therapy. Because, your sorry, I fucking zoned out. Oh, bye. You can still find resources. I think I'm gonna, end the live. I'm like totally having a panic attack. That's a funny way to end a mental health stream. I have to be honest. Panic attack to end a mental health stream is so fucking fire. Anyways, I will go. I love you guys. Bye-bye.